Chapter 541. Well, I guess that's fine, Zennies. As I organized the story, I wiped my forehead. I've realized that you are a fool and a pushover but a good person, and I've also understood your relationship with Hannibal. I get it, but... I looked around at the other uncles, sweating coldly. How do I tell this to Hannibal? Again, a hellish silence. The already musty atmosphere of the men's barracks turned even darker. Everyone bowed their heads, covering their faces shrouded in shadow, trying hard not to make eye contact with each other. It was a situation with no answer. Hannibal, the son who appeared exclaiming, "You are my father." From the perspective of this child, how anxiously must he have waited for his father throughout his life. But in reality, they were not related by a single drop of blood. And it was just a lie told to save the child's life at that moment, a noble but foolish decision made by a complete stranger. Who would deliver the news? Who's going to put the bell on the cat? No, there's no need to tell the truth. Zennies, with his stubbly beard, nodded. Wouldn't it be okay if I said I was his real father? I've lived with that intention from the start. Should I call this truly priest-like, or a true pushover? As I honestly marveled, Lucas tapped me on the shoulder. Why? My lord. Yes. But over there. That. What's over there? Why? What's there? As I followed where Lucas was gesturing, among the uncles listening to the story, there was Hannibal. He was so much smaller compared to the other mercenaries that everyone had failed to notice him. As I opened my mouth in surprise, the uncles around Hannibal also belatedly realized and scattered in shock. Yikes! What? Since when has he been here? Hannibal looked around cautiously before answering softly. Since the story about being assigned to the Mist Kingdom? You heard everything, damn it. Who's the one who didn't keep him away? It's me, you bastards. I left him at the restaurant next to the barracks, but it seems he sneaked back because the story dragged on. Geez. Anyway, the uncles, not knowing how to handle this situation, scattered in all directions, leaving Zennies and Hannibal facing each other, standing apart. The air became unbearably awkward, spreading in all directions. Both were clearly taken aback. Zennies did not want to reveal the truth in this manner, and Hannibal had no idea such a truth existed. As both stood frozen, not knowing what to call each other, they just quietly stared into each other's eyes. Ding 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 dash. What? Suddenly, the emergency bell rang. Holding their breath, everyone in the barracks, including myself, looked up in confusion. The sound that pierced through the city, sharp enough to tear ears, was unmistakably, boom! Enemy attack dash. A guard burst open the barracks door and ran in urgently to report. Monsters are attacking. The forward base is being invaded. Your Highness. What the hell? The next enemy sortie was days away. I stopped mid-sentence and flinched. I had experienced something similar before. I hurriedly opened the system window, and as the remaining time until the stage start rapidly decreased, the dark event for this stage was displayed. Dark event, surprise attack, shortening of the Monster Legion sortie time, and random replacement of the Monster Legion, and not detected by our dark event tracker. Why did they slap so many effects on just one event? Really, the balance is a mess. Damn it, cursed monster bastards. I shivered with anger. These bastards interfere with everything, even the moment of reunion with a father, causing a complete mess. Save the story for later. All troops, prepare to deploy. Yes. Prepare to deploy dash. The soldiers, who until moments ago were listening intently to Zennies and Hannibal's story with bright eyes, sprang into action at the declaration of an emergency and my command to deploy, rushing back to their rooms to arm themselves at lightning speed. Among the others scattering and moving about in chaos, Zennies and Hannibal stood still for a moment, looking at each other like two stones in the middle of a river. But soon after, they each kicked off the ground, rushing to where they needed to be, just like all the other heroes and soldiers. I wanted to give more attention, but there was no time for that. In a hurry, taking the uncle's hero party, including Lucas, I dashed outside with the guard who had come earlier. The usual dungeon scouting is meaningless. The dark event surprise attack has also changed the Monster Legion. I manipulated the system window to check the identity of this Monster Legion. If the clash had started at the forward base, it would be reflected in the system window too. And then, I was shocked to see the name of this stage's Monster Legion. Scarecrow. Scarecrow Legion? Damn, of all things. Scarecrows are monsters that inflict mental status abnormalities like fear and mind control. In other words, I, who can spread the effect of unyielding commander, am their counter. But what if I'm not there? They would be completely helpless. My very existence is the perfect countermeasure against the enemy's mental status abnormalities, meaning, conversely, that I hadn't made any preparations for mental status abnormalities aside from myself. It was much more beneficial to invest resources elsewhere. I shivered with anger. Of all the times for this to happen, who is currently out at the forward base? Lord Diarmuiden of the Ivory Tower is on guard duty at the forward base today. I felt relieved at the mention of the Archmage's name. That old coot should be able to easily handle mental status abnormalities. However, the guard stuttered and hesitated before adding more. Prince Mikhail Vermilion was also supposed to be on duty there. What? Originally, it was the Vermilion Kingdom's army's turn for guard duty at the forward base today. But since he needs to return to his country soon, he was taken off the roster. But since it's his last duty, he volunteered to stay. My mouth fell open. My intuition was screaming. This is terrible. I yelled at the top of my lungs. Everyone, sprint to the teleport gate. To the forward base as quickly as possible dash. Yelling, I gathered all my strength and ran. But damn it. Tat-a-dat-a-dat. The other heroes, excluding myself, were much faster. They all overtook me, shooting forward like bullets. No, I'm needed on this battlefield. Why is my body so weak even after the third class change? That's when it happened. My lord.
Tajda.
Lucas stopped in front of me and offered his back. Thank you. I quickly climbed on, and Lucas, using Step of Persistence, shot forward. Lucas overtook all the other heroes, leading the way at top speed. The teleport gate rapidly neared. Indeed, one must use their head. If your legs are slow, just ride a personal transport. Please, everyone, I prayed as we jumped into the teleport gate. Hold on. A little earlier. Forward base. Atop the ramparts. Mikhail stood at the edge of the rampart, looking out at the countless trees that had been felled in front of the forward base. The forest, cut down diligently by the carpenters and laborers from Crossroad, was vast and desolate. While it lacked the eerie air that once surged towards them, the forest still possessed a suffocating, gloomy aura. Mikhail inhaled deeply, his face pale, his fists trembling slightly. It was in the heart of this forest that all his men had breathed their last. Because of his mistake, Mikhail had been bound head to toe by the enemy legion commander, forced to watch helplessly as his men were slaughtered one by one. Blood dripped from Mikhail's bitten lip. Then, footsteps approached from behind Mikhail, who slowly turned around. Ahem! It was Diarmuiden, the Lord of the Ivory Tower, who approached, stroking his long white beard. Mikhail nodded slightly in greeting. Lord of the Ivory Tower, Diarmuiden. Prince Mikhail. Diarmuiden, standing silently beside Mikhail, gestured with his eyes. I won't offer empty consolation. Just remember, all heroes and legends are only completed after enduring their own pain and adversity. Mikhail said nothing. Diarmuiden continued. You are young. Do not delve too deeply into this incident or blame yourself too harshly. Isn't your future still bright? That's a saying for those who have another chance. A self-mocking smile formed on Mikhail's lips. I was in a position where I could not afford to fail. I only had one opportunity. Having failed so miserably, once I return home, I will be discarded. Diarmuden's eyes widened in surprise. Who said that? The ones who created me. Mikhail slowly closed his crimson eyes. That if I failed even once, I would be discarded. Just like my brothers. That's how I was trained. Diarmuden shook his head. Is the Vermilion Kingdom still engaged in such practices? Creating the perfect king has been our country's long-standing ambition. And at least, it seems I'm not the right material to be that king. As Mikhail hung his head, Diarmuden spoke slowly. Again, I won't offer empty consolation, but remember, you are young enough, and life doesn't have just one fixed path. Leaving just those words behind, Diarmuden turned and walked away into the interior of the forward base. Watching the old mage's back, Mikhail snorted. Sounds like pretty empty consolation to me. The path laid out for him was singular, and having stumbled on that path, there's nothing left for him. I am a failure. Murmuring to himself, Mikhail looked again towards the forest beyond the rampart. And then, he spotted something that wasn't visible before, standing far off at the edge of the forest. It was creak, 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 swaying its limbs noisily in the blowing wind, wearing a sack made of straw as a head, a scarecrow. Mikhail rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things, and then opened them again. Then, creak, creak, creak. Was it an illusion? The scarecrow had moved closer. Earlier, it had been at the far edge of the forest, but now it was in the middle of the forest. What? And as Mikhail blinked, creak, 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 the scarecrow moved closer bit by bit. Mikhail's trembling legs slowly backed away, but the scarecrow's approach was significantly faster. When Mikhail regained consciousness, the bizarrely swaying scarecrow was standing right in front of the rampart. Having grown massive in size, close enough to reach out to Mikhail on top of the wall. What are you? Mikhail asked with a trembling voice, as the mouth part of the sack over the scarecrow's head ripped open. What do I look like? Produced a voice full of dry laughter. Creak, 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 creak. Suddenly, the entire forest was filled with countless numbers of scarecrows standing densely packed. The scarecrows all reached out their hands towards Mikhail, who couldn't move. I am your fear. The abnormally long arms of the scarecrow standing closest slowly embraced Mikhail. Your nightmare. Chapter 542. Flash. Right after we breached the forward base through the teleport gate. Shoo! Eh? Keep quiet. Myself and the hero's party, the uncles, immediately silenced ourselves and crouched low, taking cover against the wall. Damn it! Surveying our surroundings, I let out a curse under my breath. Creak, creak, creak. The forward base had already been overrun by a swarm of scarecrows. On the walls, once staunchly defended by human soldiers, a group of scarecrows with bizarrely long limbs flailed about, each tying a human to their body. As the scarecrows moved, the tied-up humans also flailed their limbs. Drool dripped from their open mouths, and their eyes, dull and unfocused, showed they were unconscious. Lucas broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of the soldiers dangling from the scarecrows' bodies. Have they been captured? Yes, this is the Scarecrow Legion. By inflicting mental conditions like fear or confusion, they break the enemy's spirit. Then they kidnap the victims and use them as hosts by tying them to their bodies. Scarecrows are mere straw when alone, capable only of spreading fear and confusion. However, once they have connected a victim to themselves, they can steal and use the victim's abilities. Is everyone taken? I quickly scanned the interior of the forward base. Has everyone fallen to these creatures? That can't be possible. Just then, a feeble and exhausted voice was heard. Looking in that direction, I saw an old man with a white beard, limping towards us, leaning on a staff. Diarmuden, you're safe. Safe? My dignity's been completely shattered. The Grand Sorcerer was covered in blood. Not only his robe, which was always neatly pressed, but even his cherished long beard was splattered with blood. Dr. Mutin, having come to us, collapsed as if falling apart and let out a long breath. It happened in an instant. Prince Mikhail was the first to fall, and fear spread like a wave. In the end, everyone was captured one by one, leading to this situation. How could this happen? All my subordinates have been captured as well. I tried to protect them, but once the number of those possessed outnumbered us, there was no hope. Immediately after, Dr. Mutin looked at me with a reproachful gaze. Are you wondering why I couldn't stop it, even though I was here? I felt caught off guard. Well, it's not like he pointed it out directly. I'm reluctant to admit, but among my magic, there's hardly anything that aids allies. I focused on annihilating enemies. Dr. Mutin frowned as he looked at those who were being dragged around by the scarecrows, making creaking noises. I myself wouldn't fall for such shallow tricks, but I couldn't take care of others as well. In situations like this, I'm not much help. In short, the old man had invested all his abilities into damage rather than utility. But it doesn't look like that. Just by appearance, you'd think there's nothing his magic couldn't do. Well, in the game, he did have a variety of attack spells, but he didn't really have any abilities for buffing allies or debuffing enemies. Anyway, Dr. Mutin admitted that there wasn't much he could do in this situation. Then, naturally, everyone looked at me. So far, I had been the one to come up with strategies for all the monsters we encountered. It was only natural for them to believe I would have a plan to overcome this situation. But with things having escalated to this point, even I found it difficult. The best way to deal with the Scarecrow Legion is, of course, not to let them take over your body in the first place. I sighed. But now that things have come to this, we need to think of a way to deal with it when their bodies have been taken. Do you have a plan, my lord? When a victim is captured by the Scarecrow monster, there are 3 methods. I began to explain, albeit reluctantly. First, escape through one's own strength. By mustering one's mental strength, one can escape from the Scarecrow's fear. Naturally, those with such mental fortitude wouldn't be captured in the first place. It's a low probability, practically impossible scenario. If only we could help. Once captured, victims are considered part of the Scarecrow, so our buffs and healing skills don't work. My unyielding commander's skill also doesn't take effect. It's confirmed seeing all the victims still unconscious, hanging limply from the Scarecrows. Second, precisely strike the Scarecrow to rescue the victims. Everyone looked dismayed at my words. Currently, the Scarecrows and victims are closely attached, and they're not stationary but moving. Although they haven't detected us yet, they will attack fiercely once they do. A precision strike in such conditions? Even for Damien, it would be tough. Moreover, Damien hasn't joined us yet. Reinforcements are delayed due to the surprise attack. Only some of the forces, including the uncles and myself, have arrived swiftly. What's the third method? Lucas cautiously asked when I didn't mention the last method. I opened and closed my mouth several times before finally admitting. Abandon the victims! Exclamation point. Kill them along with the Scarecrows. It's the most realistic measure. A chilling silence fell. Everyone with pale faces looked around. The heroes and soldiers guarding the forward base were all familiar faces. They were comrades who had faced life and death together numerous times. But this is the reality. Once bodies are seized by the Scarecrows, it might be the most humane method to end their lives before they suffer more horrendous pain. Dr. Mutin looked at me intently. I looked back at the old magician. Sacrifice lives. He had said so before. If necessary to maintain the front, even if it means increasing the number of allied graves. Does he still feel the same now that his subordinates are captured? And the method we will choose is, looking back at the Scarecrows, I declared, the second method! Exclamation point. Relief appeared on everyone's faces. I nodded. We'll wait for Damien. It might be a bit much to ask, but with Damien's skills, it's entirely possible. Without harming the victims, only the scarecrows would be precisely targeted and eliminated. Naturally, it's an impossible feat under normal circumstances. But with Damien's eyes, if it's Damien, possessing the finest eyes in this front line, no, in this world, he can perform such miracles daily. We haven't been detected yet. When Damien arrives, he will use his farsight to snipe and blow the heads off all the scarecrows. I looked around at the reinforcements arriving one by one and nodded. So until then, keep quiet and, at that moment, wish, thud dash, a scarecrow suddenly leaped from the opposite wall and landed heavily in front of us. In the dust cloud, a bright crimson magical power blazed. I barely managed to say, Mikhail. As the dust settled, the figure was revealed. Especially, in the center of the giant scarecrow's body, the young knight was hanging. Tears streamed down from his closed eyes, and unintelligible mumblings continued to flow from his mouth. It's my fault, everyone. Proof. The highest. Doesn't it seem like that guy gets tied up unusually often these days? He might develop trauma. Grumbling, everyone around me drew their weapons, readying for battle as they sensed the menacing aura of Mikhail and the enemy monster that had captured him. It's my fault. Killed. Hey, Mikhail. Snap out of it dash. Before I could finish shouting, whoosh, the scarecrow, using its long legs, kicked off the ground and charged at us, emitting a terrifying crimson magic light from its back. It has stolen Mikhail's abilities. Don't let your guard down. There was no need for me to shout. The uncles, the 5 heroes who charged forward, didn't hesitate and immediately formed a defensive stance with all their might. And then, boom, they were blown away. The scarecrow's fingertips morphed into the shape of a sword, forming a sphere of crimson magic power and striking down like a bombardment. With just one hit, everyone was sent flying backward. Even Lucas had to roll on the ground using a falling technique to mitigate the impact. Ugh? Only Torkel, who had positioned his large shield in front, managed to withstand it, yet he too had to take several steps back. What kind of power is that? I shuddered. The enemy monster, having stolen the power of our ally hero, was terrifyingly strong. Mikhail is considered one of the top SSR-grade heroes, with both his magical and swordsmanship aptitudes near max. Moreover, the Scarecrow, having stolen his power, isn't affected by the negative traits like recklessness or error-prone that originally debilitated Mikhail. In other words, the Scarecrow could scrape the bottom of Mikhail's potential, something the real Mikhail couldn't do, making it disgustingly strong. But Mikhail's greatest strength, his ability as a flying cavalry, wouldn't be usable. As soon as I thought that whiz, scarecrows, which had not yet captured any victims, started contorting and transforming, attaching themselves to the lower half of the scarecrow. Soon, the scarecrow's lower half transformed into something resembling a giant beast with wings. It was unmistakably a griffin. As the heroes, barely recovering from the first attack, managed to get up, their mouths fell open in shock. I muttered in disbelief. This is insane. The scarecrow, now with wings fully spread, wrapped magic light around its sword and darted towards us at a terrifying speed. This hit would be lethal. Lucas quickly grabbed me and rolled to the side, while the heroes and soldiers swiftly scattered, dodging the attack's range. The problem was the direction of the scarecrow's sword aimed at the gate. Boom! It was annihilated. The 3 gates connecting Crossroad and the forward base were completely destroyed. Barracks and buildings collapsed in succession, filling the interior of the forward base with dense dust. In the dust cloud, I trembled with rage. It targeted the gates from the start. That bastard. Then, creak, 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 creak. A bizarre sound, like wood scraping against wood, echoed from within the dust cloud. Soon, I realized what this sound was. Laughter. The monstrous creature's laughter. The King of Kings told me, human commander. Creak, creak. Creak, creak. Creak, creak. A giant scarecrow emerged from the dust cloud, with Mikhail tied to its chest. The straw bag covering the scarecrow's face tore open, revealing a sinister voice. Your mind is stronger than anyone's. My fear won't work on you. But that's ignorance. Real fear doesn't come from manipulating the mind with illusions. With the gates destroyed, reinforcements from Damien would be even further delayed. As I strategized desperately in this situation, I played along with the enemy leader's pace to buy time. Really? Then where does this real fear come from? Reality. The scarecrow laughed. When you realize there's nowhere to run. When you understand that no reinforcements are coming to help. When all your plans have run out. When someone you care about dies right before your eyes. When you realize you can't save anything, that you're utterly powerless, that you're less than a handful of straw. For some reason, despite my passive skill, unyielding commander being active, in such a cruel reality, real fear begins. I felt a chill run down my spine. Now answer me, human. Do you feel fear? The commander of the Scarecrow Legion, the oldest scarecrow, flashed its eyes with the crimson magic power stolen from Mikhail, laughing ominously. It will happen. Chapter 543. Bang! Bang! Boom! The Scarecrow Legion commander, having taken to the air, unleashes a ferocious attack on us. With every swing of his sword, crimson magic power explodes, and our heroes cough up blood, rolling on the ground. He is using the Mikhail's power, which he kidnapped and now wears on his chest. And Mikhail is a magic swordsman. Each attack brings a powerful blow that combines both swordsmanship and magic power. It's a dual attribute hit of both physical and magical nature. Complete defense is impossible, and damage is inevitable. Eek! You filthy bastard! Lord! We cannot attack from here. Not like this. Trembling beside me, Lucas was similarly at a loss for what to do. The villain has Mikhail bound to his chest. If we were to attack, Mikhail might take the hits instead. Thus, we were forced to continuously retreat without being able to mount a proper counterattack. Moreover, it's not just the Scarecrow Legion commander. Squeak! 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 Other scarecrows that had taken over the forward base slowly surrounded us as well. They, too, had other heroes and soldiers hung on their chests. This is hopeless. Finally, I decided and commanded the heroes around me. We retreat. Escape outside the forward base. Hurry, before they complete the encirclement. Since we couldn't defeat the scarecrows or rescue the bound comrades, the only option was to flee the scene. But by now, scarecrows were swarming near the gate of the forward base. And jumping over the walls was not an option either, as scarecrows that had detected us on the walls were surrounding and approaching from that side too. No choice. I sighed and turned around. Nobody. Yes, my lord. What shall I cut for you? The blind swordsman Nobody showed a sly grin and brandished his scabbard. I gestured towards the side. The wall. Yes. You can cut through anything, can't you? Cut through this wall of the forward base. Although Nobody looked astounded, he obediently followed my command. He lowered his stance and placed his hand over the handle of his sword. I've never tried this before. Then, like lightning, he unleashed a swift slash. Ying! The long sword drawn from the scabbard deeply cut through the wall. From the base to the top, a long vertical slash was carved into the wall. Arg! Perhaps because he had cut through something too hard, the backlash made Nobody scream and fall backward. The long sword he held was snapped in half. But it was enough. Chain! Dr. Muden! I pointed to the wound in the wall and commanded the two magicians. Full power. To think what you'd ask of us. Our lord sure is bold. But it's the right decision. The dark magician, bound in chains, wielded the power of darkness to strike the wall, and the grand sorcerer with a white beard followed up with a powerful blast of flame. Boom! The wall, already split by the attack, was blown open by the magician's onslaught. But the wall, built with imperial engineering, the labor of crossroad workers, and my money, was formidable. It was still not completely breached. Lucas! Lastly, I called my right-hand man, and Lucas, drawing the sword of light, clenched his teeth. To think I'd be the one to break this wall. It brings tears to my eyes. Mine too. Just do it. With a mighty yell, Lucas's strike of will landed a direct hit. Thump dash. Finally, a hole was opened in the wall. So sturdy and meticulously built was it, that even with a hole large enough for a person to pass through, the upper part didn't even shake. Well done, my wall. Sorry, my wall. Everyone, escape dash. We escaped through the hole in the wall from the forward base. As I emerged onto the plain, wiping the sweat-drenched chin and looking back, the scarecrows within the forward base merely watched us from afar, not bothering to follow. With a flap of its wooden wings, the scarecrow commander lightly landed atop the wall, sneering with a chilling voice. Go ahead, run away. To the ends of the world, if possible, far away. After all, I will eventually enter your bedroom, and I'll sing you a lullaby right by your ear. Creak, creak, creak. With a bizarre laugh, the scarecrow's long fingers gently stroked Mikhail on its chest. I'll weave together the sweet voices of your dying comrades. After retreating a bit from the forward base and ordering a brief rest, I first took stock of our personnel. Me. The party uncles had 5 people: Lucas, Zennies, Torkel, Chain, nobody. Dr. Muden. About 30 soldiers. And I can fight too, your majesty. Hannibal. Hannibal too had followed us through the gate at some point. Through his messy hair, the boy's eyes were filled with fear, yet a calm determination was also visible. Anyway, that was everyone. As I reviewed our means with the forward base in sight, Lucas, standing beside me, asked with curiosity, why didn't they chase after us? Because the harvest isn't over yet. Harvest. Nodding, I gestured towards the forward base. Atop the walls of the forward base, the scarecrows stood in a circle, hand in hand, as if celebrating a bountiful harvest with a round dance. In the center of this ominous circle stood the scarecrow commander. And, Arg, Kuhuk, Kahiuk, Ah, Ak. The victims hung from each scarecrow began to scream tragically, and the transparent energy extracted from their bodies started to be absorbed into the center of the circle, into the body of the scarecrow commander. With its mouth wide open, the scarecrow commander swallowed it as if it were sweet. Run, 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 burn. The scarecrow commander roared with joy, resonating through the area. Give me more, more, more. More fear, more nightmares. Truly a distressing sight to witness. Turning away, I continued to explain. That's the harvest. It gathers the power of the captured victims into one. What? Such a thing. And the harvested power, it all becomes the scarecrow commanders. As we launch attacks and increase the number of victims, the scarecrow commander, absorbing the power of all the victims, becomes exponentially stronger. Currently, it's the commander using Mikhail's power and the other captured victims' powers respectively, but once the harvest is complete, the commander becomes an unbelievable monster that can use all the captured victims' abilities at once. If we don't lose anyone, the creature remains a weakened monster. But the more victims there are, the more its power grows, as abundant as a full autumn granary. Good heavens! Lucas, having grasped the entirety of the Scarecrow Legion's mechanism, sweated coldly. Such a scarecrow-like ability to aid in farming. Instead of diligently farming, kidnapping people to harvest souls, what kind of madness is this? As I bit my lip hard, Lucas cautiously asked, what happens to the victims once the harvest is complete? They die. Their powers drained. The victims turn into corpses, and the Scarecrow Legion moves on to its next harvest target, to find its next victim. In this repetitive process, the Scarecrow Commander becomes endlessly stronger, like the ever-growing fear of destruction. Lucas muttered as if it were absurd. Isn't this monster too powerful? It would have been the weakest monster in the world if only the first response had been made. If it hadn't been for the surprise attack. If the captured victims had been weak. or if I had been in the forward base, or if only Damien had been here now. It could have been an easily solvable enemy legion, but the situation became twisted and turned into this mess. If we keep being pushed back, they might actually bring about the end of the world by continuing to increase the number of victims. The bastard who planned this surprise attack, it's obvious it would be the Demon Lord, but he really hit the mark. As I struggled to assemble a countermeasure in my head, I stated, "That's why we don't have much time. We can't wait for reinforcements any longer." By now, Crossroad would have been informed about the damage to the forward base gate, and reinforcements would be rushing through the next nearest gate, but it's too late. The next teleport gate is a day's journey north from the forward base, and in a day, all those currently captured will have been harvested. We have to save them ourselves. But how? Let's give up. As Lucas was about to say something, an old man's voice cut in sharply. I frowned and turned around. Diarmuiden was approaching with his characteristic stern face. "Prince Ash, if what you said about those monsters is true, we shouldn't rush in recklessly. Currently, we are few in number and our equipment is not adequate. What if we rashly attack and are annihilated? And if the Scarecrow absorbs all our power too? Then the situation would become even worse." Lucas looked at me gravely, nodding. It meant Lucas thought the same. The ones currently captured should be given up on. We should join forces with the reinforcements and reorganize our ranks before we go all out against these monsters. My subordinates are in the forward base right now. I locked eyes with Diarmuiden. And so are yours. They all came here prepared to die. They came with the noble resolve to sacrifice their lives for the world. Diarmuiden flinched at the mention of his subordinates but did not back down. To maintain the front line, we need to be coldly calculative, Prince Ash. If we are to incur losses anyway, we must also know how to minimize them. Mikhail is there too. The poor crown prince who has already lost all his knights. He was destined to be discarded anyway. I frowned. What was that supposed to mean? How much do you know about the Vermilion Kingdom? I only know it as a northern powerhouse. It's a strong country, but the royal authority is almost non-existent. It's essentially governed by the Council of Magicians. Let me explain simply. Diarmuiden started and continued. Just as the Duchess of the Bringer Duchy has dragon blood, the Vermilion royal lineage has the blood of the first griffin. Are you saying they're actually related to griffins, not just metaphorically? I thought it was just a figure of speech, but it seems they physically carry the blood of griffins. Yes, the council created a sort of homunculus by mixing griffin blood, aiming to produce the ultimate warrior, a flawless king. The epitome of enhanced humans, genetic engineering, is the Vermilion royal family. That's quite the terrifying setup. They continue to improve and improve to give birth to a stronger entity with each generation. They even marry these enhanced beings with homunculi mixed with other superior bloods, and resort to political marriages to bring in genes from other countries. I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. So that's why Mikhail has 5 fiancées. His sister is in the same situation. Exactly. The more offspring, the better, as they serve as samples. Those madmen. I'm still drawing from reality in the Mercenary Guild, but to think they're modifying people, arranging marriages, and drawing from offspring to continue their lineage. Are they out of their minds? Crown Prince Mikhail was the most talented boy among the royal offspring of this generation. But he lost this time. What's wrong with losing? Because the king that the Vermilion Kingdom strives for should not know defeat. Diarmuiden nodded. By the time he returns home, having lost all his subordinates, he will be stripped of his position as crown prince. Then all the griffin's blood remaining in his body will be extracted, and he'll be discarded and die. Knowing this, why didn't you dissuade Mikhail from returning? At that, Diarmuiden looked at me as if wronged and then sharply turned his head. Do I look like such a kind-hearted old man to you? Besides, I don't have the right to do that. But Crown Prince Mikhail is an asset of the Vermilion Kingdom. We have no say in how he is treated. Diarmuiden, composing his voice, spoke in a suppressed tone. In any case, the point is, Crown Prince Mikhail is already a dead man walking. So what? Since he's going to die anyway, we should just let him die here. Shouldn't we make a realistic judgment? At his following words, I clenched my fist tightly. Knowing when to efficiently give up is also a virtue of a king, Prince Ash. Pursuing ideals blindly is nothing but obstinacy and arrogance. Chapter 544. Knowing when to efficiently give up is also a virtue of a king, Prince Ash. Pursuing ideals blindly is nothing but obstinacy and arrogance. The world calls a leader who can find a good compromise between ideals and reality a wise ruler. If not, they're nothing but a tyrant. Diarmuiden, who had repeated the story he once told, asked me, "Which path will you choose? The path of a wise ruler, or will you fall into being a tyrant?" My contradictory actions of wanting to save the world by fighting, yet also wanting to save more of our comrades on the front lines. The contradiction of trying to sustain both the harsh existence of this battlefield and the lives of people. Up until now, it was barely possible to maintain both, but entering the third year, facing the powerful offensive of the enemy, these two goals are causing discord and collapsing. I know. Insisting on not letting our comrades die recklessly and forcing the issue is something only a naive child would do. This is the front line, and losses are inevitable. We've already lost much and will lose more in the future. Isn't that a fact we accepted long ago? But despite that, Your Majesty, if there's a way to save the people suffering right before our eyes, if there's a clear possibility, shouldn't we at least try? I have something to tell you, Your Majesty. The one who approached me was Zenes. When I gestured for him to speak, Zenes hesitated for a moment before finally speaking resolutely. There is a way. What way? If the fear state of the captured allies is due to a spell cast by the enemy, I think I can undo it. The expressions of the heroes around us turned to surprise. But I was not surprised. I knew from the start, and I had been considering Zenes's abilities in my calculations. The reason I hesitated was simply, if this scarecrow monster has magically induced fear, I can lift it. However, we need to be close to throw this clueless, good-for-nothing man into meat grinder. A strategy that only works if he's thrown into mortal danger. Zenes's skill set is as follows. Passive. Grant us peace, Dona Nobis Pacem. An enhanced version of the typical healing magic passive, Light of Healing, which allows for status ailment removal along with healing. It was thanks to this skill that we could remove the petrification status ailment of our allies during the battle against the Gorgon sisters. And this time, it should also be able to remove the fear status ailment of the Scarecrow Legion. Next, Skill 1 and Skill 2. Skill 1. God doesn't will it, Deus non vult. Skill 2. God wills it, Deus lo vult. Skill 1 is a defense increase skill that forms armor parts made of divine power around the body. Skill 2 is an attack increase skill that forms a weapon made of divine power to attack the enemy. Though the effects seem simple, the increase in both defense and attack power is significant. Moreover, the applicability of divine power is limitless. However, in this battle, they're not as important. What's crucial now is the ultimate skill. Ultimate skill. If you want peace, prepare for war, si vis pacem, parabellum. If classic enthusiasts were watching, would they have abbreviated it to si vis pacem? An outstanding ultimate skill, it allows for the application of the passive Skill 1 and Skill 2 effects to all allies within a certain range. In other words, it's possible to heal allies within a certain range, recover them from abnormal states, clothe them in divine power armor, arm them with divine power weapons, and so on. Zenes, an SSR-ranked priest, has a powerful skill set that completes him as an area of effect healer and buffer. However, as outstanding as its performance is, it carries three problems. First, only one effect can be activated at a time. Healing, status abnormality recovery, defense increase, attack increase, these can't all happen at once. Only one can be chosen. Well, up to here, it's not so much a problem but just a bit regrettable. The real issues start next. Second, it requires proximity. All of Zenny's skills are designed for close combat. From the passive that requires direct contact with allies to activate, to skills 1 and 2 which, needless to say, are meant for engaging the enemy up close. Even the ultimate skill grants effects to allies around oneself, which naturally means having to physically move close to the allies to affect them. Well, up to here, one could grit their teeth and say it's not too bad, but... Third, Zenny's cannot move for one turn before and after using this skill. It requires a turn, i.e. 3 minutes of casting time to use in the first place. He has to stand still and concentrate for 3 minutes. And after using it, regardless of how many allies are within range or how much divine power is used, he falls into an exhausted state for another 3 minutes. Normally, it might be a tolerable penalty since healers move with the allies anyway. But now, the targets needing recovery from this ultimate skill are all captured by the enemy, who will jump around if they detect us. Even if we're lucky enough to get the range right and use the skill, we're still in the middle of the enemy camp. Falling into exhaustion for 3 minutes after use is practically asking to be killed. It really pisses me off that they always have to balance a good skill by attaching a demerit to it. I don't want to make difficult choices. I want to spam mindlessly OP skills and play as a balance-breaking character. Why can't this damn fantasy world understand people's hearts? Sigh. I sighed and clicked my tongue at Zenny's. Okay, let's say we get close. But then, can you even do it? Those scarecrows that detect you will rush to kill you. There is a way. You must know it too. Zenny's looked at me intently. I frowned in displeasure. In the meantime, Lucas, who had been looking around, asked curiously, "What is that method, my lord?" "Getting caught on purpose," I explained reluctantly. Zenny's will let himself be captured by the enemy scarecrows, then be dragged to the center of the enemy legion, and use the area healing skill there. But is that possible? Wouldn't he be dominated by the enemy's fear the moment he's captured? Zenny's has magic to recover from status ailments, so he can release himself from fear. I can also support from a distance with Unyielding Commander. Since they don't pay much attention to captured victims, Zenny's should be able to use his ultimate skill even while tied up by a scarecrow. But the problem comes after. After I remove the fear from those captured, Your Majesty and everyone else can rush in to save me. That's quite a chance, isn't it? I sighed at Zenny's, who spoke calmly. You might really die, Zenny's. If we leave it as it is, everyone captured there will definitely die. I think it's worth the gamble. I just want to ask one thing. I asked, genuinely skeptical. Are you the type who feels pleasure in sacrificing for others? Or are you a masochist? Is that it? Zenny's grimaced with a bitter smile.
No.
Then why go to such lengths? I survived thanks to the goodwill of others. Even though I can't give back as much as I received, I don't want to run away when I can step forward. Sounds like something a priest would say. Well, he is a priest, after all. Even though Zenny's had already returned his priestly robes and could no longer make the sign of the cross as he used to, he still smiled kindly at me. Just one more question. I shot back coldly. You're not just looking for a place to die, are you? Now that you've been dismissed as a priest, you're not just trying to die in a noble and fulfilling way, are you? I can't accept that reason. After faltering for a few moments, Zenny's finally grimaced with a bitter smile and shook his head. Honestly, I can't say that such thoughts are completely absent. Look at this guy being honest. So, Your Highness, please save me. Zenny's looked towards the forward base. Our doctrine says a priest must not commit suicide. I'll throw myself into danger, so Your Highness and everyone else, please save me. Eventually, I nodded. It's risky, but it's worth a try. Prince Ash, Dr. Mutin, who had been quietly listening to our conversation, shouted, Are you really going to ignore my advice? People who should die, die, and those who should live, live. Why can't you make such basic judgments? There are no wrong opinions here. Everyone has a point, including Dr. Mutin. Still, I've made my decision. We'll carry out the operation while maintaining the safety line. Just in case, Dr. Mutin, Please don't participate in this operation and watch from a distance. Diarmuden's face contorted. I glanced at the old wizard and nodded. And if by any chance we're all annihilated, please return to Crossroad and devise a plan. I trust you with this, Ivory Tower Master. A plan formed in my mind. Turning away from Diarmuden, I clapped my hands and shouted to my subordinates. All right, there's no time. I'll explain the operation now. As my subordinates looked at me with tense faces, I commanded. The operation name is hitting a scarecrow 10,000 times. Confusion spread among my subordinates at the strange operation name. Come on, in MMORPGs, hitting a scarecrow 10,000 times in the novice village to increase stats is common knowledge. The whole point is to beat the crap out of scarecrows. After my command, everyone began preparing for the operation. I too began my preparations, as I had to use all my abilities this time. Phew, all right. I gripped the ceremonial sword at my waist, the Nightmare Slayer Light and Shadow. It's time for me to use my trump card. As I slowly drew the ceremonial sword in a stylish pose, though I knew nothing of swordsmanship, a snide voice cut in. Do you even know how to use that sword? It was Diarmuden, of course. Despite his grumbling, Diarmuden was anxiously pacing around me, clearly worried. I smirked. This is not a sword. It might not be sharp as a ceremonial blade, but it looks like a sword. It's made to look that way, but its purpose is different. In my right hand, after drawing the sword, was the ceremonial blade Light, and in my left, the sheath, Shadow. Diarmuden, all the advice you've given is logical. But if we follow logic in everything, I can't reach the ending I desire. What I'm aiming for is neither a normal ending nor a good ending. It's the true ending, the real ending. It's something that can be grasped only after breaking through reason, laws, and limits. So, I will enforce my stubbornness, my excesses, my way, upon this world as I see fit, saving those who are meant to die, clearing stages that cannot be cleared, reaching endings that are unreachable. For that purpose, I will continuously repeat futile efforts, missteps, and struggles. It's okay if they call it reckless, foolish, or stubborn. Yes, because this is the path I have chosen. Diarmuden, with a laugh that seemed incredulous, shook his head. Do you realize? That mindset. You don't need to say it. I know. I will not become a tyrant. I never wished to be a wise ruler. What I aim to be, from the beginning, with a flourish, I rotated the ceremonial sword Light so that its handle pointed downwards. Then, I attached the sheath Shadow to the handle part. Click dash. I combined the two. The transformation gimmick designed by Kelly Bay activated, and the sheath merged with the sword handle extended. Thus, what I held in my hand, Light and Shadow, appeared like a long spear, and it also seemed like a flagpole. Chapter 545. As Zennies was preparing to be deployed according to the plan, a young boy's voice reached him. Over there. When Zennies turned around, it was Hannibal. The tousle-haired boy stood a few steps away from Zennies, unsure of what to do, fidgeting. Zennies too seemed at a loss for words. An awkward silence settled between the two. After mumbling for a while, Hannibal was the first to break the silence. You can't die. There's so much I want to ask you. Zennies, who had also been stumbling over his words, eventually smiled wryly in response. I won't die. I, too, have a lot I want to tell you, being both father and son, and yet not having any relationship at all. The two looked at each other. It was too early for any meaningful connection, their gazes awkward and premature, intersecting for who knows how long. Zennies slowly reached out his hand, intending to gently pat Hannibal on the head. Hannibal stared blankly at the hand before closing his eyes tightly. Zennies swallowed hard. And just as Zennies' hand was about to touch Hannibal's head, Zennies! Ash's command echoed. The operation is starting. Let's go. Yes, Your Highness. Zenys shouted back and gave Hannibal an awkward smile before turning to run. Hannibal bit his lip, watching Zenys' retreating back. Zenys. As Zenys ran, Ash patted his back and gestured towards the forward base. I'll help you to a dangerous extent, but in the end, you have to escape the fear they impose on your own. I understand. When you, captured by them, use the area healing magic in the center of the enemy lines, the allies freed from fear will simultaneously be liberated. Then, we'll rush in, regroup our forces, and take down the enemies. Zenys did not ask how Ash intended to regroup the allies and defeat the enemies. That was never his domain to begin with. He had no choice but to trust and leave it to Ash. Remember, Zenys, I planned this reckless operation to protect people. Ash whispered, gripping Zenys' shoulder. And that people includes you. Value your life as much as you value the lives of others. Understand? Yes, Your Highness. Zenys nodded, took a deep breath, and walked towards a hole in the wall of the forward base. I'll go now. And the moment Zenys, with steadfast steps, reached the wall of the forward base. Creak, 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 creak. Dozens of scarecrows, rushing in like mantises, swarmed over Zenys all at once. His body was overwhelmed, and dozens of layers of fear pierced him. Without a chance to react, Zenys' consciousness sank helplessly into the darkness. Zenys found himself standing in the tribunal. Ha! Zenys looked around in confusion. In the Central Church's tribunal, not only the high members of the church but also key figures from the Imperial Diplomatic Department stood with grim faces. Completely insane, Priest Zenys. The bishop rebuked him. Right now, you have forsaken not only your own life but also the potential followers from the Mist Kingdom. Blinded by petty personal emotions, you've overturned a greater cause. As a priest serving the goddess, as the shadow of the goddess. You've done what you should never have done. I just... He couldn't finish his sentence. Zenys grasped his throat, but no voice came out. Why suffer for the rest of your life for a crime you didn't commit? You'll painfully learn that what you're doing is nothing more than self-satisfaction, said the bishop. The bishop was right. Due to the choice made in a moment to save that child, Zenys had to live the rest of his life in terrible pain. Subjected to insults and criticism, he wandered in exile, deserted by his comrades. It wasn't just Zenys who suffered. Because of his choice, the Empire faced diplomatic troubles, the Church's honor was tarnished, and the comrades of the Holy Knight Division were pointed fingers at for a long time. It was purely for self-satisfaction. Intoxicated by a momentary goodwill, as if he himself had become a saint. Unthanked by the child's parents, or anyone else. A life of nothing but pain, without any reward. An unmanageable act of kindness carried out without a plan doomed his life to ruin and plunged him into long-term agony. Suddenly, the surroundings changed to the audience chamber of the Mist Kingdom. The king of the Mist Kingdom, with his bristly beard, was yelling and pointing. A foolish act of young parents who succumbed to their lust and both died. Just another common orphan found anywhere. It was indeed the truth. Just another orphan. Even at this moment, countless similar children were dying somewhere in the world. That child was just in front of him, just thrown into his arms. Are you intending to disgrace yourself to save such an orphan? A priest, engaging in inappropriate relations with a princess in the city you came to evangelize. Are you going to say that about yourself? Zenys' lips trembled. No, that's not it. I don't want this. In fact, I regret it. I truly repent for this foolish act I've committed. So please, forgive me this once. I won't do this again. I beg you, please, let's not make the easy path difficult, Priest Zenys. The king smiled generously and gestured. Give me that child. It's my daughter's child, so the ownership is mine, isn't it? Suddenly, the surroundings changed to a crumbling mountain lodge. Princess Cloudy was already dead, and the newborn child in the dead princess's arms was curling up and crying. Wah! Wah-ah-ah! That desperate cry jumbled Zeniz's thoughts. Zeniz involuntarily covered his ears. Now is the time. If I turn back now, if I run away from here, then it will be as if nothing happened. All mistakes can be corrected. Just close your eyes and turn your head once. Zeniz's steps retreated one, then two, and soon turned into a run. Zeniz fled down the steep mountains, running away from the lodge. The child would die here, whether from starvation, freezing, becoming prey to beasts, or perhaps being dragged before the king and killed. So what? Are such dying children rare in the world? Why ruin his life over one child with whom he has no connection? Why no connection? We are the same humans. Zeniz's legs tangled. Stumbling, Zeniz tumbled down the slope, rolling several times before coming to a stop below. When his body finally stopped, Zeniz was bloodied, bruised by stones and pierced by branches. He couldn't breathe. The pain was too much to move. Unable to scream, Zeniz agonized, and the voice of a girl who had hugged him in his childhood echoed in his mind. So we must save each other. Ugh! Zeniz staggered to his feet. A groan, not even a word, escaped his clenched mouth like that of an animal. Ugh! 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 He knew. The pain that awaited him, the mire his life would fall into, recognizing it as a foolish sacrifice that would go unnoticed and satisfy no one but himself. But still, even so, nevertheless, this was the life he had chosen. At that moment, the dark clouds covering the sky of the Mist Kingdom split apart. As the terribly ominous clouds cleared, a dazzlingly bright moonlight fell. The moonlight brightly illuminated Zeniz's path ahead. Zeniz, weeping, got up and climbed the hillside he had rolled down. Surrounding the lodge were soldiers from the Mist Kingdom in droves. Zeniz pushed and threw aside the soldiers as he moved forward. Stop it! At the tip of the soldiers' spears was a child, crying in the arms of the dead princess. Barging in, Zeniz grabbed the child and cried out, "My son! He's my son!" Ha! When Zeniz came to, he was alone, with only a statue of the goddess standing in an empty space. Staring blankly at it, Zeniz chuckled. All right, I admit it. I regretted it. The statue of the goddess, without any interrogation or response, simply looked down at Zeniz. But Zeniz continued, I regretted saving that child. I should have just turned away and pretended not to know. Then no one would have blamed me. Coming off as a good person only to return to a ruined life. Branded a traitor by my comrades. Constantly wandering the wilderness, sending whatever little money I gathered to the child. The church's people distanced themselves from me. Rumors spread, and the people in the areas I was sent to ignored me. Zeniz looked down at his worn hands. Why do I have to suffer like this? I regretted it. I hated myself for making that choice. If only I could go back, I would. I'm not a saint, just a narrow-minded man who always regretted the kindness he happened to offer. Zeniz burst into laughter. Admitting it feels liberating. The goddess statue does not interrogate, does not respond. Looking up at his silent deity, Zeniz murmured, But now I understand. Even if that moment came again, I would save that child. And I would regret it for the rest of my life. Just such a fool I am, wanting to be a good person but lacking the courage to be one. Just a pathetic man. Silence followed. Pocketing his hands and smiling bitterly, Zeniz slowly raised his head to face the goddess statue again. So, are you satisfied now? Then move aside, you scarecrow bastard. The way you demons play with human hearts is all too familiar. Don't pretend to be someone others believe in to test the innocent. Okay? Let's just have a straightforward showdown to the death. Then, what do I look like to you? The figure in front of Zeniz changed to the bishop from the tribunal. Zeniz chuckled and said, A scarecrow. Now? The king of the Mist Kingdom asked, stroking his beard. Zeniz burst out laughing. A scarecrow. Now? All those who had criticized Zeniz's choices throughout his life were surrounding him. Zeniz shook his head as if he had seen enough. A scarecrow. Then, everyone disappeared, and Princess Cloudy stood in front of him. And the princess smiled innocently. Yes, Zennies. Walk the path you believe is right, together with those dear to you. If you truly believe that path is correct, then those who shout that it's wrong are no different from scarecrows standing by the roadside. Zennies blinked in confusion. Excuse me? Was it a mistake? It seemed the figure wavering before him could be seen as a princess, a scarecrow, a statue of the goddess, or even a woman tied to a thorn tree burning. The woman whispered softly, "Be strong," and then everything was enveloped in light. Zennies opened his eyes. His body, covered in blood, was bound by scarecrows. And in front of him, the Scarecrow Legion commander was completing the harvest from the people around. With a sinister laugh, it was absorbing power from all directions. Seeing the pale face of the boy Mikhail, hanging from the Legion commander's chest, Zennies smirked. That moment has come again. Quietly gathering divine power, Zennies muttered, "What can I do? Even if I was excommunicated, I still have the inertia of living as a priest." Then, with eyes wide open, he stretched out his hand forward. "We've got to save people, damn it." Flash dash. Zennies' ultimate skill was activated, and the interior of the half-destroyed forward base was filled with light. Chapter 546. Flash dash. Lightning flashed inside the forward base. Licking my parched lips, I waited and then yelled, "Now! Everyone! Charge dash!" Swoosh! Lucas, leading the way with Torkel, Nobody, and Chain in the vanguard, dashed forward, followed closely by me, Diarmutin, Hannibal, and 30 soldiers. Gah! Let go, you monster bastards! Break free! Everyone, snap out of it! In the center of the forward base, soldiers were barely managing to escape from the clutches of the scarecrows. Since the scarecrows were not that strong individually, and most of the strength they had stolen from the victims had already been offered to the Legion commander, the soldiers were able to escape from the scarecrows without much difficulty. We rushed towards that spot. Wah! You monster bastards! Heroes charging like bullets swung their swords and shields. Diarmutin fired magic, and Hannibal sent spirits flying. The 30 soldiers closely following behind swung their spears ferociously in all directions. Creak, crack, creak. The scarecrows retreated with bizarre noises. All the captured soldiers were gathered in one place, so Zennies' ultimate skill managed to bring them all back to their senses, and we could rescue everyone, including Zennies, who had fallen into an exhausted state after fainting. Whoosh! Whirl! The scarecrows quickly retreated backward, escaping our range of attack. In the center of the scarecrows stood the Legion commander. The oldest scarecrow growled, "To interfere with the harvest's finale, you pests of autumn." "Who's talking, damn monster?" Standing firm in front of the soldiers, I smirked. The hostages were the biggest issue, but now that's settled, we can beat you to death without hesitation. Really? The Scarecrow Legion commander's burlap sack mouth twisted into a hideously cheerful grin. Do you truly believe that to be the case? The Legion commander slowly opened his chest, which he had been covering with his arms. There Mikhail was being held. Ugh! Yuwuk! It seemed Mikhail had regained his senses due to Zennies' ultimate skill effect, but the Scarecrow Legion commander's strong arms wrapped around him, refusing to let go. The long fingers of the Legion commander were pressing down on Mikhail's mouth. Facing us, whose complexions changed, the Scarecrow Legion commander laughed with a creaking sound. And I don't get it. Hostages aside, this place is already under our Legion's control. Do you think you're safe? Rumble, rumble. Scarecrows swarmed around us. Their numbers had grown beyond what we had initially assessed. Hundreds, perhaps thousands. With the forward base front lined with felled trees, it seemed the Legion commander had created a plethora of new scarecrows using his authority. Startled by their numbers, Lucas shouted a question. Can monsters also multiply, my lord? It's not multiplication. They make new scarecrows from wood. And then that bastard Legion commander infuses them with his malice to make them move like puppets. Creak, creak, creak. The swarming scarecrows, like a horde of locusts clashing limbs, made a menacing sound. Ugh! So many. Both the rescuers who had rushed to help and the soldiers who had just been freed. Everyone's face turned pale as they sweated coldly. Facing us, the Scarecrow Legion commander made a motion as if licking his lips with a non-existent tongue and laughed. I'll harvest you all as well. Thump, 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 thump. The scarecrows all at once started rushing towards us. Although these flimsy monsters could barely muster the strength of wooden dolls without kidnapping victims, their sheer numbers were terrifying. Our side has the majority of its forces captured and stripped of their power. The situation is undeniably disadvantageous. It seems it's time to test the performance of the new equipment. I glanced at the flagpole in my hand. Nightmare Slayer, Light and Shadow. Normally, it can be stored at my waist as a ceremonial longsword, but by deploying it and attaching the sheath to the handle part using a transformation gimmick, it extends like a spear, thus it can be used as a flagpole. Flutter dash. Then, I equipped the Great Commander's flag, my exclusive gear on this flagpole. Flag and flagpole. When these two are combined, they finally form one Grand Commander's flag. This place, I shouted, planting the Commander's flag into the ground, is the front line of the world dash. My ultimate skill, the foremost flag, was activated. SSSHHH. A wall of summoned magic blossomed as if flowers were blooming. The wall surged around us, protecting our allies as it rose. Suddenly, a new fortress was formed inside the forward base. But even though the situation improved slightly, we were still overwhelmingly outnumbered and surrounded by them. Creak, 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 creak. Countless scarecrows began to climb the wall with their sinister laughter. That's when Diarmutin gave me a significant look, as if to say, show any more tricks you have up your sleeve, as if to prove my determination further. I was planning to show you anyway. I gripped the new flagpole tightly. Why is this equipment named Light and Shadow? Where there is light, shadows are cast, and where there are shadows, light is shining. Just as light and shadow are inseparable, so were the two archmagi, each other's replicas, doppelgangers, revolving around each other. This Nightmare Slayer, Light and Shadow, crafted from the magic cores of such two grand sorceresses, has a special ability to replicate the user's trait, as if I were duplicated existing as two, allowing the trait slots to double up to 6 in total, and doubling their effects as well. For any other character, it might not be so useful. After all, traits usually apply to individuals. But my traits affect all of my allies. The efficacy of these traits is incomparable to anyone else's. Attack Totem LV.3. Merely by participating in the battlefield, it boosts the morale of all allies, providing a 15% bonus to all allies' attack power. Defense Totem LV.3. Merely by participating in the battlefield, it boosts the morale of all allies, providing a 15% bonus to all allies' defense. These are the traits I usually prefer to equip. And here's a new trait I acquired in the 3rd year. Master of Nurturing LV.1. Increases the experience gained by all allies participating in the sortie by 10%. Good Quartermaster. All allies feel less fatigue and can continue fighting to the last. Unbreakable Spirit. Boosts the morale of allies by 1 level. And the final touch, the Crown Jewel. Super Buffer. Enhances all buffs provided by the commander character by 1 level. With this conclusion, I also possess traits like Main Order or Mapping, but the ones currently equipped are these 6. Each equipped trait is already overpowered, and with Super Buffer enhancing them further, and then doubled by Light and Shadow S equipment effect. Plus, the Great Commander's flag attached to this flagpole. Great Commander's Flag, EX. Category, Flag, Accessory. Durability, 10 out of 10. Provides the following buffs to all troops commanded by the wearer. Strength plus 10 agility plus 10 intelligence plus 10 stamina plus 10 magic power plus 10. Physical resistance 10% increase. Magic resistance 10% increase. Physical penetration 10% increase. Magic penetration 10% increase. All types of elemental resistances increase by 10%. Morale does not drop below normal. Buff, 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 buff. Truly a bombardment of buffs dash. Flash dash. Terrifying gray magic surged from the flag, and the buffs, exceeding their limits, began to pour down on all the allies around me. Heroes and soldiers who came to the rescue, as well as those who had been sitting powerless after being drained of their strength, blinked in surprise. What's this? Suddenly I feel strength. My fatigue is gone? What's happening? I was trembling just a moment ago. I feel like I can take on anything. Soldiers, previously daunted by the number of scarecrows, regained their fighting spirit. Picking up fallen weapons, donning stripped armor, one by one they started to stand by our side. What's this? The armor feels lighter? Gasp! Is it my imagination? I can see ahead. Rejuvenation, rejuvenationea. Lord, this power. Torkel, nobody, Chain, Lucas also looked at me, astonished. What is this? Diarmutin watched the scene, mouth agape. How can an individual, moreover, distribute such karma to his subordinates? What is this? I smirked. Diarmutin, you said to sacrifice those who are not elite to preserve the elite, to maintain the front line. This is my answer. Turning all my heroes and soldiers into elites by force. Slathering them with equipment bought with money, leveling them up, and finally pouring my abilities into them as buffs. If everyone becomes elite, there's no need to accumulate fatigue on certain heroes, nor is there a need to sacrifice anyone in particular. Watching me as if astounded, Diarmutin shook his head. This is an expedient. I know. It's not a structural, fundamental solution. I know. You're depending entirely on one commander, creating an abnormal form of frontline. I know. Truly. Can you handle it? I will handle it. Swinging the flag once, I also stretched out my hand forward. There's less than a year left until the monster's final onslaught. There's no reason we can't endure it. Simultaneously, automatic defense turrets formed around the magic fortress. Do-do-do-do-do-dong, spraying magic cannonballs in all directions. The scarecrows climbing the walls shattered and scattered in all directions. I called out to the soldiers. Has everyone regained their senses? The soldiers unanimously responded. Yes, Dash. Don't be overwhelmed by their numbers. They're nothing but weak straw puppets. The monsters are worthless except for their ability to instill fear. And their fear has no effect in front of my passive, unyielding commander. Numbers? What do numbers matter? Right here, the soldiers are all bathed in the top-grade special buffs, each worth 100 in battle. Strike them down. Don't let a single one escape. Annihilate them all, Dash. Wah, Dash. The soldiers roared and charged towards the edge of the walls. And then they engaged with the hundreds, thousands of climbing scarecrows. Despite boosting the soldiers' morale with various buffs and morale-boosting traits, the soldiers who had been captured and then freed were not in a state to fight normally. They had suffered from the Scarecrow Legion's harvesting. Without regaining their stolen strength, normal combat would be impossible in the future. For now, they could somehow fight because the regular Scarecrow monsters were weaker than even ordinary monsters. We must regain the stolen strength. Ultimately, the main target, the Scarecrow Legion commander, must be defeated. Truly adorable. And then he watched from a distance as his subordinates were torn apart by my walls. The Scarecrow Legion commander smirked. Keep playing with my subordinates like that. I'll be absorbing the rest of this guy's power. The Scarecrow Legion commander resumed harvesting Mikhail. Until now, he had been unconscious. Conscious and screaming in terrible agony as his soul was being extracted. Mikhail let out a dreadful scream. Chapter 547. Here. I'll take care of these minions with the soldiers. I commanded Lucas. You take the elite heroes and rescue Mikhail. Without the heroes, it would be tough for just the soldiers to handle these hundreds of scarecrows, and the heroes on their own would find it difficult to confront the Legion commander who had absorbed most of the forward base's strength. Both sides would be overwhelmed. But there's no time now. We have to do it. Yes, my lord. Thus, Lucas nodded without any objection and gestured to the other comrades. As if they had been waiting, Torkel, nobody, Chain stepped forward, and then, Zenys stood up. I asked with a bit of worry. Can you move, Zenys? Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Not at all. Zenys, who had just recovered from exhaustion, looked strained but showed a uniquely sly smile. And the presence or absence of a healing priest greatly affects the tactics, doesn't it? He was right, and now, in any case, everyone had to push themselves. I nodded. I gently adjusted one side of the magic fortress's wall, and the 4 heroes slid down it. And then, phew! Hannibal took a deep breath and stood by the wall. I patted Hannibal's shoulder lightly. You're crucial in this operation, Hannibal. Just do as I've instructed beforehand. Yes, Your Highness. Clenching his teeth, Hannibal followed the uncles before him, sliding down the wall as if he was sledding. And lastly, Diarmuiden. The Grand Sorcerer stroked his beard and glanced silently at me before suddenly saying, See you again, Prince Ash. I squinted in confusion and shook my head vigorously. Of course, we'll see each other again. I'll follow shortly. Don't rush too much. Diarmuiden showed an inscrutable smile, then leaped into the air, gliding down below the wall. Watching the heroes charge at the Scarecrow Legion commander, I turned towards the ordinary soldiers. Now, let's quickly wrap this up. Standing where the scarecrows were most densely packed on the wall, I activated Kraken's Ring. Summon Dash. A magic circle formed in the air, and the mightiest cephalopod monster, which could only be summoned once every 3 stages, fell from the sky. Boom! Roar! The Kraken roared upon landing, shaking the area violently, further damaging the already crumbling forward base. I'd like to release all the captured monsters if I could, but since managing their loyalty was problematic, releasing several could lead to them fighting each other or attacking allies, so I only released the Kraken, whose summoning could be surely dismissed. All right, quick and decisive. Let's sweep these up and go help our friends. I shouted atop the Kraken, looking down at the pouring scarecrows. Let's go dash. In a forest a bit away from the forward base, Mikhail was dying, held in the embrace of the Scarecrow Legion commander. He was being drained of the last remnants of his soul essence. Well, it doesn't matter. Spitting out blood several times, his face stained red, Mikhail thought with unfocused eyes. After all, I'd die if I went back anyway. He was the crown prince of Vermilion. If he failed, his status would be revoked immediately, and the Griffin's blood injected into him would also be reclaimed. In other words, all his blood would be drained while he was still alive. His life was doomed either way. It was just a matter of time being shortened. If I was going to die like this, I should have died back then. He remembered a time not long ago when he was captured by the Moving Forest Legion. Bound by the Legion commander Elder Tree, Mikhail had to watch his subordinate knights rush in to save him. He had to watch them die one by one, miserably, with wide eyes. If only he had died that day, the first time he faced failure, he wouldn't have had to suffer like this. No, perhaps if he had died even earlier, his subordinates wouldn't have had to die trying to save him. Why have I been alive, only to cause harm to those around me? The satisfied breathing of the Scarecrow Legion commander filled Mikhail's ears. It seemed this terrible harvest was nearing its end. He wanted to die quickly. He wished for it to end soon. That's when it happened. It might be a bit hot. The voice of the Ivory Tower Master, Diarmuiden, echoed. Flames surged. Magic flames, rising from the ground in a circle, exquisitely burned only up to the Scarecrow Legion commander's body, right behind Mikhail. It was a terrifyingly precise control. Coup! Engulfed in flames, the Scarecrow Legion commander, made of wood, couldn't withstand and had to move. Naturally, the harvesting stopped. Prince Ash's added power is indeed tremendous, Dr. Muden murmured, surprised by the exceptional strength of the flames he conjured. Lucas shot forward like a bullet, proudly puffing up his chest. Now do you see? My lord is such a remarkable person. He may be remarkable, but now's not the time to brag. Torkel, who had the highest tanking ability among all the heroes of Crossroad but the worst mobility, gasped out. Then, the dark magician Chain, using his arm made of darkness, swiftly grabbed Torkel and threw him forward. Torkel, with his heavy armor and shield, was launched like a siege projectile. You pests! Back off! Aren't I in the middle of harvesting? The Scarecrow Legion commander roared, effortlessly dodging Torkel's body slam. Don't interfere. I was about to consume the essence of the essence. The very bottom remains. I know, I get it. It's like when you drink cocoa, it gets sweeter and richer towards the bottom, right? That's why I like the sediment at the bottom of the cup too. A voice resounded through the air. Startled, the Scarecrow Legion commander looked up, just in time to see the blind swordsman Nobody falling towards him. So it's infuriating when you spill it right before you finish it, right? Chain had deliberately thrown Torkel with a bang to then sneakily launch Nobody in a follow-up. Nobody grinned, showing his yellow teeth. My condition is top-notch today. It's almost like I have both eyes open. Be prepared. His long sword flashed as it was drawn from the sheath. Slash! A cutting strike that could slice through anything was swung. True to Nobody's words, his slash traced a path with unprecedented precision, aiming perfectly for the Scarecrow Legion commander's neck. Kook! The Scarecrow Legion commander attempted to dodge in desperation, but he was already within the range of the attack. The problem was, the long sword had been broken in half when cutting through the walls of the forward base earlier. The length of the blade was reduced, and despite getting closer than usual to make the cut, it was still not enough. Crack dash! Nobody's slash managed to cut through the Scarecrow Legion commander's neck. Only halfway. Frustrated by not being able to cleanly sever the enemy commander's neck, Nobody clenched his teeth. Damn it! I was in good condition. Thud dash! Nobody was struck by a rough blow from the Scarecrow Legion commander's flung arm and was thrown backward. He broke several trees in the forest as he was flung far away. It was only after a while that he smashed into the dirt floor, tried to rise, spitting blood, then collapsed back to the ground with his head hitting the floor. Nobody! Damn! To think it wouldn't work! Lucas clenched his teeth. It was a crucial surprise attack, and while it succeeded in landing a significant blow, it failed to kill the enemy commander in one strike. We must finish this now. Whoosh dash! Lucas, using Step of Persistence, was launched like a bullet. The knight's hand formed a blade of light with bestowed sword, and Strike of Will shone dazzlingly, ready to end the enemy commander in a single blow. Now that the commander had taken a hit, it was time to finish him off in one go. Lucas aimed the sword straight and thrust at full speed towards the Scarecrow Legion commander's side. Or that was the plan. With a twist, the Scarecrow Legion commander easily turned his body sideways, placing Mikhail, who was hanging from his chest, in the path of the sword. Mikhail's empty gaze met Lucas's desperate one in midair. For a moment, Lucas was conflicted. His rational mind judged that killing the Scarecrow Legion commander along with Mikhail was the best course of action right now. However, suddenly, the image of the man he followed flashed through Lucas's mind, the back of Ash, leading with a flag fluttering. Grew, feeling as if the banner his lord wished to protect was right in front of him. He couldn't bring himself to strike. So Lucas twisted the sword path. How foolish! The Scarecrow Legion commander struck Lucas's abdomen with all his might. Boom! A sound like a cannon exploding resonated. In that instant, Lucas used Step of Persistence to jump back, reducing the impact, and pushed his sword into the path of the monster's fist to guard. Despite this, the blade of light shattered, and Lucas, spitting blood, bounced off the ground several times before crashing miserably into the dirt floor. The Scarecrow Legion commander's strength was immense when it had only absorbed Mikhail's power, but now, having monopolized the strength of about 100 guards from the forward base, it was a disaster-level threat. To use Ash's words, status drain. Each strike was a monster, condensing the strength of 100 men. Your interference may not have allowed for a complete harvest, but my stores are already abundant. With half its neck cut, head bizarrely twisted more than 90 degrees to the side, the Scarecrow Legion commander cackled eerily. From the moment the ambush failed, you had no chance. Ugh. Come, let me devour you all as well. The Scarecrow leaped effortlessly, striking down towards Lucas. Lucas barely managed to get up but sensed he couldn't evade. Humph dash! Torkel intervened in the meantime. Torkel raised his massive shield to absorb the Scarecrow Legion commander's attack. Boom! Torkel barely held on, but the solid shield was deeply indented. Torkel's nose bled within his helmet, and one of his legs gave way, kneeling on the ground. If not for Ash's buff, that strike alone would have been fatal. Torkel!
I'm okay.
Regroup! Second, third, fourth attacks came in quick succession. The Scarecrow Legion commander merely had to swing his limbs lightly for the ground to upheave and giant trees to be uprooted. Grr! Torkel activated his ultimate skill. Man is not made for defeat, and held on. His body withstood the onslaught, but his solid armor and shield crumbled away instantly. Sir Lucas, you need healing. Xennies, having finished administering first aid to nobody, rushed to Lucas and cast healing magic on him. But the damage was too deep for complete recovery. Chain and Diarmuiden looked for an opportunity to squeeze in their attacks. However, every time magic flew towards him, the Scarecrow Legion commander thrust Mikhail into its path. Then, Chain and Diarmuiden had to grit their teeth and forcibly dismantle their magic. Stop it! Watching the rescue team crumble miserably before him, Mikhail murmured, "Stop it!" The scene before his eyes overlapped with the sight of his subordinates dying. Mikhail's voice trembled. "Don't die for someone like me!" The Scarecrow Legion commander now stood in place, swinging his arms wildly with a bizarre, joyful laughter. Torkel, holding the shield, had his legs almost buried in the ground. "You all have nothing to do with me." Unable to watch any longer, Mikhail closed his eyes tightly. "Why are you throwing away your lives to save me?" As Mikhail cried out, "Why did we try to save you, you ask?" "Just." A young voice sounded from the side. Surprised, Mikhail turned to look, and there was a shaggy-haired boy, with a small stature, using the earth spirits for ground camouflage. It was Hannibal, who had finally managed to sneak up amidst the distraction provided by everyone. Hannibal placed his hand on the branches binding Mikhail, showing an awkward smile. "Because..." Crack. The tree spirits swiftly unraveled the Scarecrow Legion commander's tight bind, and Mikhail was finally freed. Chapter 548. Elementalists, being able to blend with nature, could move more stealthily than any other magic class. Thus, it took the Scarecrow Legion commander a while to realize that the hostages had vanished. "Ha!" As the Scarecrow Legion commander, feeling his empty chest, turned his eyes in haste, Mikhail and Hannibal, two boys, were seen escaping through the power of an earth spirit, their figures growing distant. "That damned crow! Stealing grains before the harvest is even over!" A furious murmur escaped the Scarecrow Legion commander, and suddenly, a fierce heat surged from behind him. Turning slowly, the Scarecrow Legion commander saw a giant pillar of flame summoned behind Diarmuiden, and Chain, having shed all his chains and merged with darkness. And Lucas, using the ultimate skill, Divine Descent, emitting golden radiance, his eyes flashing menacingly. Lucas, wiping his bloodied lips with the back of his hand, gritted his teeth and spat out, "Without hostages, someone like you is just a punch away." "Oh!" Creak, creak, creak. With his neck half-sliced, tilting his head to the side, and his burlap sack head torn to the very top, the Scarecrow asked with a smile, "Really, you think so?" Ah! Ha! Ah! Hannibal gasped for breath. Hannibal was closer to an enchanter, someone more talented in imbuing items or people with spirits, rather than directly summoning and fighting with spirits. With little combat experience, and facing a monstrous Legion commander head-on for the first time, the energy drain from moving stealthily while managing such immense malevolent energy was no small feat. The speed of the Earth spirit carrying Mikhail began to slow. It's useless anyway. Despite this, Hannibal did not stop running forward, to which Mikhail murmured sadly, "Even if you save me like this, I'm bound to die once I return home. I'm a failure. There's no reason to risk your life to save me. You should leave me behind now." Then a hand suddenly lifted Hannibal and Mikhail. Looking up in surprise, it was Zeniz. Zeniz, holding a boy under each arm, tucked them into his sides and started sprinting forward. "So you think it's useless to try saving you because you're going to die anyway?" Zeniz chuckled. "Hey, Your Highness, have you ever seen someone who doesn't die? Of course, as long as someone is human, they'll die someday. But does that mean we shouldn't live?" While carrying and healing the two boys with healing magic, Zeniz continued, "Defeat is bitter. The death of comrades is sad. You might die if you go back home. I understand your situation, but saving people is our job here." "I am." Unable to continue, Mikhail saw Zeniz give a sly smile. "You're too young to die. Then you should live." That's when it happened. SSS. A sound of something falling came from above. Zeniz didn't look back. The pale faces of the two boys he was holding were enough to guess what was flying down from above. "Damn!" Throwing the two boys forward, Zeniz gathered all his divine power to create armor around him. Crash dash! The scarecrow that had flown above Zeniz plunged down, swinging its arm to strike. With a dismissive gesture as if swatting a fly, the force was terrifying. With a single blow, Zeniz was smashed into the ground and then bounced up. Convinced of Zeniz's downfall, the Scarecrow Legion commander, creaking and twisting his neck, approached Mikhail. "Don't leave anything uneaten. Think about the hard work of the farmers. Okay?
Kronor. Ugg.
You should scrape and eat every last bit of what you started. Got it?" Laughing with a creak, the Scarecrow Legion commander's steps suddenly halted. Looking down, he saw a hand grasping his leg. It was Zeniz. Fallen to the ground, he had reached out his hand to stop the Legion commander. Stubborn to the core. "Looks like I'll have to completely annihilate you, you seaweed-like creatures. Heh, have you ever farmed? Harmful birds are naturally tough." As he realigned his broken bones and stitched his torn muscles with healing magic, Zeniz forcibly stood up. And then he sensed it. "Ah yes, this is it." Flash, pouring all his divine power into it, Zeniz formed armor that covered his entire body and created a long spear in his hand, saying, "Hannibal, go! Now!" The Scarecrow Legion commander charged with a sneer. Barely dodging the attack, Zeniz pierced the Legion commander's wrist with his divine power spear, pinning it to the ground. "Just a little further and His Highness will save you. So hurry." "But I told you, you're too young to die." For the first time, Zeniz looked straight into Hannibal's eyes and carefully observed him. Inheriting from his parents, clear golden eyes and light brown hair. A son who looked nothing like him. "I'm sorry I never got to be a proper father. Go now. I can't hold on for long." At that moment, the Scarecrow Legion commander roared, pulled out his hand pinned to the ground, and swung it. Zeniz's divine power armor was blown away by just a graze. The divine power helmet shattered, leaving a long cut on Zeniz's face. But not backing down, Zeniz gritted his teeth, ready to enter his final battle. "You're also young, youngster." With a surge of red magical power, a hexahedron made of magic appeared, imprisoning the Scarecrow Legion commander like a jail. Everyone turned in shock as a bloodied Diarmutant flew in, landing unsteadily. "To think you're acting all mature after living merely 30 or 40 years. To me, you're still a boy. Lord Dr. Muden. It's an ancient sealing magic scroll. I only have one of these in my ivory tower. Crack, crack, crack. As the Scarecrow Legion commander thrashed within the hexahedral seal, cracks quickly formed on the magic-made walls. Dr. Muden concentrated his magic to repair the seal. I'll hold him down, so go now. But Dr. Muden glanced at Zenny's about to say something, then suddenly twitched the corners of his mouth. No, wait. Just one last thing before you go. Yes. He started lecturing out of the blue. First, young priest, you. Excommunication, is that such a big deal? Does life end with that? What? No. So what if you caused some trouble, made people around you tired? People are naturally tiring to each other. It's normal to be a nuisance. Even when you think everything is completely ruined, there's always a way, and even when you feel it's all over, life annoyingly goes on. So as long as your legs can carry you, keep walking. Zenny's opened his mouth slightly. Dr. Muden sharply turned to Mikhail. And you, Prince Mikhail, thinking of dying after one defeat? Haven't you heard the saying, victory and defeat are common in war? Do you know how many defeats I've survived to still be alive today? Mikhail also looked stunned. Dr. Muden continued with a stern expression. It hurts to face failure for the first time, but more failures will come your way in life. The world will knock you down over and over. Dr. Muden nodded firmly. Get up shamelessly. Mikhail clenched his fist, his hand trembling. Finally, Dr. Muden gently said to Hannibal, Don't fear failure, boys. Don't be ashamed. Just learn one lesson from each failure and move on. The old man grinned. That failure is your life. Crack, crack, crack. The sealing magic began to collapse. Dr. Muden poured all his remaining magic into it. Thanks for listening to my last rant. Now I feel relieved. Go now. Lord Dr. Muden. You're all too young to die here. As if refusing to listen any further, Dr. Muden shook his head. Let the old make the sacrifices. And at that moment, no, Lord Dr. Muden. I intervened. Lord Dr. Muden, you're young too. What? In the life that remains for us, today is the youngest we'll ever be. Everyone turned to look at me, carrying a flagpole on my shoulder, gasping for breath from running hastily. I, wiping the sweat from my chin, grinned. We're all too young to die today. The clutch of blocking the retreat and sending off the troops before dying heroically is a cool role everyone wants to play at least once. But it's not to my taste. Dr. Muden, whether stunned by the assertion of his youth or my dramatic timing, gaped. Sorry I'm late. I've just finished clearing the regular scarecrows at the forward base. I planted the flagpole in the ground and bent over, panting. Ah, my terrible stamina. A bit of sprinting and I feel like dying. Now that the squadron leader is here, let's start the boss raid. What? You still don't grasp the situation. Prince Ash, we can't stand against this monster with just us. I'll hold him with my remaining magic. So run away as far as you can. You're right. It's a bit tough for just us. A raid usually can't be solved by one party alone. Crack, crack, crack. Inside the seal, the Scarecrow Legion commander started to cause more havoc. I slowly reached into my pocket. So, let's increase the number of participants. What I pulled out from my pocket, the inventory, was a torch burning with blue flames. Destroyed last time but repaired. Blue flame torch. Clang dash. Just then, breaking through the seal, the Scarecrow Legion commander burst out. Dr. Muden shouted something, but ignoring him, I threw the blue flame torch towards the charging Scarecrow Legion commander. Whoosh! This thing! The Scarecrow Legion commander swatted it away irritably. The blue flame torch, hit by the monster's arm, spun in the air, making a circle. And the next moment, boom! A shot was fired from afar. Thwack! A magic bullet pierced the Scarecrow Legion commander's chest right in the center. The Scarecrow Legion commander, charging at us, was blown backward as if flung away. Rolling on the ground, the monster looked around, confused about what had happened. My companions were just as clueless about the situation. I simply smiled silently in front of them. Takes 3 days on horseback from Crossroad to here, the forward base. From the nearest teleport gate to here, it's a day's ride. But if it's an airship, from Crossroad to here, it's a blink of an eye. The sound of propellers grew closer, and then, slicing through the wind, our World Guardian Front's flagship, Geronimo, soared towards us. Your Highness dash. Damien, sitting at the open hatch in a sniper position, shouted. Sorry, Your Highness. We came as soon as the gate was destroyed, but Geronimo was under repair, so it took some time dash. Save the story for later, Damien. I pointed at the monster and shouted, Fiery! Instead of replying, Damien pulled the trigger. Boom! Chapter 549. Damien's sniper fire surged towards the Scarecrow Legion commander. The Scarecrow Legion commander tried desperately to dodge, but it was futile. Damien's sniping was dead accurate. Dodging was impossible. Thunk, thunk, thunk dash. Arg? The Scarecrow Legion commander groaned in pain as he was repeatedly hit by the magic bullet sniping. The Scarecrow Legion commander, the oldest Scarecrow, was a genuine monster. Status drain, harvest, allowed it to possess stats equal to the total of those it had absorbed from its victims. And this time, most of the heroes and soldiers harvested were dealers. Mikhail the magic swordsman was a prime example. Thus, the current Scarecrow Legion commander had exceptional attack power, but its tanking ability was not particularly remarkable. It had plenty of stamina, but lacked any defensive traits or skills, meaning every hit that landed did damage. This, damn. True to being a commander, it didn't just take the hits. Even as its body was covered in magic bullets, the Scarecrow Legion commander dashed across the ground, used the hill for a boost, and leaped up, soaring towards the airship. I'll bring you down dash. Apparently not expecting the monster on the ground to leap up so suddenly, the low-flying airship Geronimo hurriedly increased its altitude. But the Scarecrow Legion commander had absorbed Mikhail's aerial cavalry ability. With wings like a griffin deployed on its legs, the Scarecrow Legion commander was launched like a surface-to-air missile. Click, clack. Damien calmly switched his guns. He stowed away the sniper rifle and drew a new gun that resembled an assault rifle. The SSR-grade magic gun, Venom Fong. Each shot was weak, but the gun had a 60-round magazine and its rapid fire, stopping power, and suppression were tremendous. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. Aiming was unnecessary. Damien pulled the trigger as soon as he shouldered the gun, and the Venom Fong's muzzle spat fire. A barrage of magic bullets rained down on the Scarecrow Legion commander, embedding into its body. The unique poisoning effect of Venom Fong quickly stacked. It doesn't even tickle. Yet, the Scarecrow Legion commander managed to withstand it and reached the open hatch of Geronimo. Its long arms stretched out. Damien stared down the bizarrely long fingers flying towards him without dodging. At that moment, whoosh dash, grazing past Damien, someone burst out of the airship like a cannonball. A giant Nidus with a lance and shield. The commander of the Monster Front's melee unit, Evangeline. Here I come. Heir to the 100 battles dash. Evangeline charged with her shield up front, colliding with the Scarecrow Legion commander's body. Bang! She struck the Scarecrow Legion commander's head with a resounding noise. Her reckless charge, along with her trait, Unstoppable, pushed the Scarecrow Legion commander back helplessly. Screech! Making a strange noise, the Scarecrow Legion commander regained its posture in midair and swung down its arm. A powerful attack that would knock down most heroes in one hit was hurled at Evangeline. Crack! But she withstood it. Evangeline blocked it with her shield, which had damage save activated, brilliantly absorbing most of the damage. The shield dented from the remaining damage, and Evangeline squinted her eyes. It's been a while since I've been fully charged in one go. You hit pretty hard. The next moment, the burning white light moved from the left arm's shield to the right hand's lance, and Evangeline thrust it powerfully forward. I'll return it straight back dash. Boom! Damage payback exploded with a bang. Unaware that its own attack would be returned in kind, the Scarecrow Legion commander was hit squarely. Evangeline, even amidst this, aimed for the wings sprouting from its legs with the tip of her lance, and the grotesquely spread wings were utterly destroyed. Ugh! Ultimately, losing its ability to fly, it crashed. Thud! The Scarecrow Legion commander landed unceremoniously on the ground. Evangeline landed gracefully next to it with a heroic landing. Phew! After composing herself, Evangeline gave me a thumbs up. How about that, senior? I guess it's okay to be called the flying heir to the 100 battles now. Not yet, lad. But I'll grant you flying heir to the 100 battles at least. Evangeline, always eyeing the lordship of Crossroad, was nevertheless a welcome presence. As she raised her shield and prepared to re-enter battle, Evangeline looked around and her eyes widened. Wait, where's the uncle? Which uncle? There's more than one uncle here. Our uncle, Uncle Lucas. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lucas and the rest of the heroes emerged from the forest. Lucas was helping nobody, and Torkel was limping along, supporting Chain. Upon seeing me, Lucas ran up and knelt on one knee, bowing his head. I am ashamed, my lord. I tried to block the enemy leader's attack with my body to protect the other mages and I ended up getting knocked off a cliff. So, you're saying you fell off a cliff and had to climb back up? I was delayed in joining up. Moreover, I failed to properly stop the enemy leader. Please, take my life. Man, it's been a while since I've heard that one. It was my fault for pushing through with a reckless strategy in the first place. Seeing that everyone was still breathing was a relief. I patted Lucas on the shoulder and helped him up. Get up, lad. We're all too young to die. As soon as I said that, Evangeline raised both arms and shouted. Right, now everyone, follow after me. That's taking it a bit too far. Lucas and Torkel, still able to fight, gripped their weapons and joined the front line. I gestured with my chin to Evangeline. Who else came? With the situation being a surprise attack, many haven't returned from their dungeon explorations. I brought only those who were immediately available. As Evangeline spoke, the airship Geronimo descended close to the ground, and rumble! Our forces began to pour out through the open hatch. Watching our troops quickly form ranks upon landing, Evangeline turned to me and counted on her fingers, humming. About 200, maybe a bit less. Can the airship even carry that many? People were coming out from where the cargo was stored. How did they all fit? We didn't know the exact situation, so as many as possible. Packed tight. It was clearly an overpacked operation, but in the current situation, it was nothing short of a blessing. The heroes and soldiers who had landed naturally formed up behind me without being asked. Grasping the flag, I turned towards the Scarecrow Legion commander. Seems like the tide is turning, monster. Aren't you going to run? Squeak, squeak. The Scarecrow Legion commander let out its characteristic laugh and exuded an intimidating morale all around. Would I do such a thing, you see rats? I can easily devour all of you by myself. You're being reckless. I smiled wryly. You're making a mistake, you. The Scarecrow Legion commander's gaze swiftly scanned over us, choosing its target as if picking out candy from a display. I don't like to leave what I've started uneaten, but launching off the ground, the Scarecrow Legion commander aimed for. I'll devour you first dash. It was Zenny's, who had not yet recovered from the injuries sustained a short while ago. Is it aiming to steal healing abilities? It wasn't a bad decision. If a Scarecrow monster with such accumulated specs could heal itself and then engage in guerrilla warfare, we would be out of options. However, fluttering, as if anticipating the Scarecrow Legion commander's movements, the last reinforcement from the airship had leaped down right above the Scarecrow Legion commander's head. To kill people, to consume them, and to seek the destruction of the world. Elegantly fluttering the hem of her skirt as she fell, Inquisitor Rosetta stretched out her leg, heretic points 1,000,000, and kicked the Scarecrow Legion commander squarely in the jaw. Crack dash! A picturesque kick exploded with holy power. Staggering backward, Rosetta landed gracefully in front of the Scarecrow Legion commander and drew her iron whip from her waist. "I will purify and incinerate you immediately." Snap, snap, snap. Following her, four inquisitors from the powerful Holy Knight division positioned themselves to Rosetta's sides, in front of Zenny's. Even with former comrades in front and behind, the Red Priest said not a word. They focused solely on the enemy before them. Ugh! The Scarecrow Legion commander stumbled back. It might have absorbed the power of 100 people, but on this side there were 200 well-organized troops. Moreover, I had completely neutralized the Scarecrow Legion specialty in fear, and there were no hostages left. Don't make me laugh. Despite all these adverse conditions, the Scarecrow Legion commander charged at us. "All of you! I will harvest you all!" And then, just as it reached right in front of us. Ha! The Scarecrow Legion commander made a mistake. Its step, hindered by the previously damaged leg, twisted, and it embarrassingly rolled on the ground, unable to withstand its momentum. As it desperately tried to rise, 200 weapons from our side were pointed at it in an instant. The Scarecrow Legion commander muttered in disbelief. "What is this? How could I make such a mistake?" I was wondering when it would happen, but I knew the Scarecrow Legion commander would make a mistake. I lowered my body and whispered lowly towards it. You absorbed Mikhail's power. Harvest is a status drain skill that absorbs the power of its victims. From basic stats to skills and even traits, it indiscriminately devours everything. Meaning, Mikhail's recklessness and error-prone, you absorbed those along with everything else. Even negative traits were absorbed. Recklessness leads to engaging in battles that cannot be won, and error-prone means tripping over one's feet right in front of the enemy. I had expected this error-prone to happen sooner, and its delay meant my heroes struggled more than they should have. But better late than never. With a laugh filled with resignation, the Scarecrow Legion commander muttered, "This is why I should have been selective before harvesting. You're full of it." As I swung the flag, buffing all the newly arrived heroes and soldiers, I growled, "You're not harvesting, you're plundering." Everyone gripped their weapons with a murderous look. I coldly declared, "Die, you bandit pretending to be a farmer." The Scarecrow Legion commander roared as it rose to its feet. Simultaneously, my surrounding heroes and soldiers charged at it. The battle was over. The Scarecrow Legion commander, having stolen the power of 100 people, was undoubtedly strong. But here were 200 of us, in full condition and under the effect of my buff barrage. It goes without saying, but my buffs become more potent as the number of allies increases. With around 200 people, the increase in stats and their synergy from my buffs alone was enough to overwhelm the Scarecrow Legion commander. 200 heroes and soldiers coordinated their defense and attack, and the Scarecrow Legion commander, who recklessly chose a head-on confrontation, quickly fell. With a slash-dash, Lucas's final blow, strike of will, cleanly severed the dangling neck of the creature. Creak, creak, emitting a pitiful sound, the body of the Scarecrow Legion commander without its head kneeled. The straw sack-covered head that rolled away muttered to me with a rustling laugh. It was quite fun, but, alas, not being able to devour the world remains my regret. Who asked? I blew off its jaw with the magic pistol, agate I drew. Bang! The monster's head exploded, scattering like straw. A fittingly vain end for a monster. Chapter 550. A pale mist emerged from the body of the fallen Scarecrow Legion commander. Soon after, the mist seeped into the bodies of the heroes and soldiers who had been drained of their strength. It was the force being expelled upon his death. Those who regained their strength showed a variety of reactions. Some rejoiced, some sighed in relief as if to calm their hearts, and others simply collapsed to the ground, dumbfounded. Above all, this was proof that the battle had come to an end. Mikhail clenched and unclenched his fist with a vacant expression. Standing behind him, I patted his shoulder. As the fall of the enemy leader was confirmed, everyone cheered. I clapped my hands and ordered them. All right, let's hold off on the post-defense celebration for now. Clean up first. Clean up. Everyone began the cleanup together. The battle hadn't lasted long, but the Scarecrow Legion commander was so powerful that there were quite a few injuries. Fortunately, the priests from the Holy Knight Division had arrived and began healing everyone around. Especially the heroes who had first rescued Mikhail and stalled the Scarecrow Legion commander were severely injured. Rosetta personally cast healing magic on those heroes. True to her saintly title, the healing effects were remarkable. Rosetta, who had been casting healing spells on the heroes in turn, finally stopped in front of Xennies. Xennies was exhausted and had a large wound on his face. Hannibal was tending to Xennies, who was gasping for air, unable to heal himself as his divine power had run out. Ugh! As Rosetta approached, Hannibal guarded in front of Xennies with a wary look, but Xennies gently pushed him aside. It's okay. Yes. As Hannibal stepped aside, Xennies staggered to his feet. Sister, you're still foolish, Xennies. Seeing her severely injured brother, Rosetta clicked her tongue gently. Come here, and extended her hand imbued with divine power. Xennies chuckled. You're going to heal someone like me? A priest should not discriminate against patients. Isn't that the first doctrine you learn? And just as Rosetta's hand was about to touch Xennies, Sister, Xennies spoke out. I've made my choice. I don't want to give up living as a priest. Not only the party uncles surrounding Xennies, but also the other priests who had been healing patients around Rosetta twitched their shoulders in unison. Sigh. Rosetta let out a low sigh and gazed at Xennies. You understand the choice I gave you, right? Yes. To die as a priest or live by being excommunicated. You understand that I opened a way for you to live, right? Yes. And you still choose death? Of course I don't want to die. But Xennies glanced at Hannibal standing beside him and then said with conviction, I don't believe that my past life was wrong enough to deserve excommunication. For the past 14 years, I've always regretted my choice. I felt sorry for bringing shame to the Order. I couldn't face all the brothers of the Holy Knight Division, and I was sorry to you, sister. Xennies reached out his hand and placed it on Hannibal's bushy head. As Hannibal flinched and closed his eyes, Xennies gently stroked his head. But seeing this child grow up and stand before me, my thoughts changed. I did the right thing, sister. So, there's no reason for me to run. Rosetta bowed her head and then ran her hand over her forehead. There's no need to die for that, is there? My choice must not be buried in darkness, so that someone else, another child like this, can be saved. Pretending to be a saint and now, a martyr too? Rosetta, who had clicked her tongue several times, turned her head to look at Hannibal. Is this child your son?
No.
Xennies answered immediately, a response meant to protect Hannibal, indicating he was not that child of the Mist Kingdom, thus telling her not to harm him. But I have thought of him as my son all my life, just as I have thought of you as my sister. Please, from now on, consider him as your nephew, and a request that after his death, she would protect this child. Having understood all of Xennies' implications, Rosetta quietly closed her eyes and then stretched out her hand to the side. Swish dash! Suddenly, her hand holding a metal whip extended long to the side. Such!
No.
You think we'll just watch? The heroes and soldiers who had fought alongside Xennies rushed forward in desperation. However, Xennies shook his head and stopped them. It's okay. But it's fine. Xennies smiled calmly. This is the path I have chosen. Xennies' determination was clear, and eventually, everyone hesitantly stepped back. Except for one person. Hannibal alone did not. Hannibal! Move aside. I don't want to. Despite Xennies' scolding, Hannibal did not budge. I don't want to. Hannibal! We've only just met. I haven't done anything yet. Hannibal, who had always acted mature for his age, squinted through tears that brimmed in his eyes, whining like a child his age for the first time. I don't want to part like this. Hannibal. Zennies cautiously extended his arm and awkwardly hugged Hannibal, patting his back with clumsy strokes. Thank you for being alive like this. You are the proof that my life was not wrong. So, please, continue to live strongly. Rosetta just stood at a distance, watching the father and son prepare for their farewell. Once again, it has come to this. Rosetta murmured in a hoarse voice. I am a priest meant to save people, yet once again, I have to kill someone. Commander, there's no need for this. We all know why Zennies did what he did. So, the other priests whispered to Rosetta, approaching her. It seemed they were all sympathetic towards Zennies, but Rosetta shook her head. What ultimately remains recorded in the world is not that Zennies saved the child. It's that he became romantically involved with the princess of the Mist Kingdom sent as a diplomat, leading to a complete diplomatic breakdown between the two countries, and blocking all missionary work to the west. It's a matter of principle. You know we've been lenient with the excommunication. If Zennies insists on not relinquishing his priesthood, then I have no choice but to kill him here. The other priests fell silent. Rosetta gripped the whip tightly as her hand began to lose strength. Cough. Walking beside Rosetta, I whispered quietly, There's another way, Rosetta. Rosetta turned to me, startled, and I gave her a sly smile. Didn't I say before? The world is multifaceted. So, there isn't just one path. How about it? Shall we try another way? What other way? For our order, and for Zennies, the only choices are to die as a priest or live excommunicated. Well, leave it to me. It's time for this trickster genius to step in. I walked briskly towards Zennies, drawing the long sword from my waist, and passing by the other heroes and soldiers who looked at me in confusion, I stood right in front of Zennies and, whoosh, swung the long sword lightly from top to bottom. Everyone was horrified, but Zennies did not move an inch. Thud dash. The long sword, merely grazing past Zennies' neck, embedded itself in the ground. Well, being a ceremonial sword, it wouldn't have done much harm even if it had hit. Anyway, Priest Zennies. Calling out Zennies' name, I pulled out a document from my possession. The Roll of the Dead. Though many were injured in this battle, there had been no deaths yet. I wrote Zennies' name at the very top of that empty paper. Having joined the monster front at Crossroad as a temporary chief priest, he fought through 11 defenses and, facing the final invasion of the Scarecrow monster, he did not retreat and engaged in battle, dying gloriously. Zennies looked up at me with a dazed expression. After completing the Roll of the Dead, I turned around to face Rosetta and spoke in a stern voice. I, Ash-born Hater Everblack, as the Lord of Crossroad and the commander of the World Guardian Front, formally request Rosetta, the head of the goddess's order. Rosetta slightly bowed her waist and responded. Head Rosetta listening. Please speak. Although Priest Zennies has made a grave mistake in the past that brought disgrace upon the order, considering his lifelong devotion, his acts of saving many people, and his dedication here at Crossroad until the very end, healing the sick and fighting off monsters, thereby elevating the prestige of the goddess's order. I smirked. I request that he be posthumously promoted, his past sins pardoned, his dishonorable discharge revoked, and his position restored. Rosetta looked at me incredulously. The idea of declaring Zennies, who was very much alive, as dead must have seemed absurd to her. But I played along with your shallow tricks. I wish you'd play along with mine too. And then, eventually, although Priest Zennies committed a sin 14 years ago that warranted excommunication, Rosetta began. Considering his dedication to the order throughout his life, his care for the unfortunate, and most importantly, his leadership in fighting monsters at Crossroad to the extent that he earned the Lord's recognition. Rosetta slowly retracted the metal whip and tied it around her waist. His merits are recognized, and he is posthumously promoted. the dishonorable discharge is revoked, and he is acknowledged as having died a martyr as a member of the Holy Knight Division. Then Rosetta slowly approached Zenes and gently caressed his cheek. Rosetta's hand, filled with the light of healing divine power, glowed white. The scar that the Scarecrow Legion commander had inflicted on Zenes's face healed, leaving a large scar. Large enough to make him look like a different person. A significant scar. Zenes, you have died here now. My mischievous younger brother, you have already paid enough for a sin you did not commit over the past 14 years. Rosetta took a moment to catch her breath, then smiled affectionately. Now, I absolve you of all your sins. May you have a peaceful and happy life in the next world, as if blessing the deceased for the afterlife at a funeral. Rosetta whispered to Zenes. In the life that follows, may you walk the path you believe is right, without hesitation or turmoil, just as you have in this life. And at the end of that path, may you be proud of the life you have led. Rosetta's hand slowly fell away from Zenes's face. This sister will pray and pray for that. Turning sharply, Rosetta moved away from Zenes. Zenes stared blankly at his sister's retreating back. As Rosetta approached me, she turned her head away with a sigh when our eyes met. A petty trick, Your Highness. I know. I smiled wryly. But it worked, didn't it? Priest Zenes, who had committed sins worthy of excommunication by the goddess's order, died here on this battlefield. And having died honorably, he was posthumously promoted, pardoned of his past sins as a priest. The man who was Zenes will live on under a new name and identity. Wherever he may be, however he may live, just as he has until now, saving and preserving the lives of others. Even under a different name and identity, I firmly believe that man will continue to live in such a manner. Rosetta, tasting my strategy for the first time, seemed incredulous but eventually nodded slowly. How long has it been since a conclusion didn't end with someone dying by my hand? Rosetta, after staring quietly at her own hand, clenched it tightly and then faced me again. So, Your Highness, yes, I will acknowledge it. A refreshing smile hung on the lips of the woman who would be the Red Priest's leader, a smile she had never shown before. I am very fond of Your Highness's trickery. Chapter 551. And then, a few days quickly passed. A funeral was held in the cemetery on the west side of the city. The choir sang, the citizens wept, and cannons fired into the sky. 2 new graves received empty coffins. The announced casualties were 2, Zenes and Mikhail. Mikhail had been declared a casualty at his own request. Given that returning home meant certain death, he intended to use a feigned death to escape the eyes of his homeland. Standing on a distant hill, Mikhail gazed quietly at the grave bearing his name. In front of the young knight's grave, soldiers from the Vermilion Kingdom, who had come with him, were sobbing. What will you do now, Mikhail? Standing next to him, I quietly asked as we both looked upon the scene. Mikhail grimaced and lowered his head. As you said before. Eh? What had I said before? Anger. Mikhail looked at his own grave with steady, unflinching eyes. All this time, I have been angry at myself for making mistakes, for causing the deaths of my subordinates, for missing the one chance I had as a crown prince. I still despise and find myself pathetic for failing. But now, I've realized. Mikhail clenched his fist and lifted it to his chest. Mistakes are not the target of anger. They are subjects of learning, and the direction of anger should not be at myself. That would only devour me from within. Then what will you direct your anger towards? Monsters. Mikhail's scarlet eyes turned northward with an immediate response. And the system of my homeland that has driven me to act so desperately. Prince Ash, I intend to return to my homeland. I widened my eyes in surprise. Mikhail nodded. With this funeral, they'll think I'm dead back home. So, I can sneak in unnoticed. Isn't that dangerous? The Vermilion Kingdom does not forgive failed royalty. If Mikhail's survival is discovered, he will be stripped of all griffin blood flowing in his veins and killed. That's why this fake funeral was arranged. But Mikhail's resolve was firm. The only chance to change my country is now. To stop using people for live experiments, not administering magic forcibly, not breeding them against their will. A country where even artificially enhanced humans like me are treated as people. Mikhail's face, though haggard, showed a determined smile. A country that gives even the failed ones a chance to rise again. The only chance to change is now. Right. In the face of his strong will, I finally nodded quietly. It would be good to fight together on the monster front from now on. But that's not something I can force. This boy before me is also a prince. The master of his fate and the captain of his soul. He has the right to live as he wishes. Whatever awaits him at the end. And I have as many as 5 fiancés waiting for me. What? I can't let them experience widowhood before we've even had our wedding, can I? Mikhail threw a joke and chuckled. I opened my eyes wide and then burst into laughter. Mikhail, having made his joke, seemed a bit embarrassed and kept stroking his nose. I've realized something here. It's not just my own life that's at stake. Mikhail turned away from the funeral site and surveyed the entire landscape of Crossroad. The lives of my dead subordinates. The lives of all my brothers who had to die before me because they were considered failures. And a slight bashfulness mixed into Mikhail's smile. The lives of all the good people of Crossroad who tried to save me. Even though they had nothing to do with me, I owe them. So don't worry. I won't die. Mikhail, as if he had prepared beforehand, slung a backpack over his shoulder and extended his hand to me. I'll return. Filled with anger, I silently took his hand and said, "Good luck. To you too, and to Crossroad as well. May fortune be with you." After a firm handshake, Mikhail turned around without hesitation. In the forest in front of Mikhail, a young griffin was tied up. It was the griffin that had been taken to the forward base during the last defense and had been declared a casualty along with him. Whoosh! As Mikhail mounted, the griffin spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the distant heavens. As I quietly watched Mikhail's receding figure, someone approached from the side. He's gone. Dr. Mutin. It was the Grand Mage with a long white beard fluttering. Watching the funeral scene, the Grand Mage stroked his beard and chuckled. It's been a while since we had a defense without any casualties. I thought it would be this time, but 2 fake deaths. Is this really okay? Hosting a funeral for 2 people to save 2 lives. In that sense, isn't it a good event? Ah, ridiculos. After a moment of silence, Dr. Mutin blurted out. But what's more ridiculous is your words calling me still young. I haven't heard anything as absurd as that in decades. And nothing as pleasant as that in decades either. I glanced at Dr. Mutin. With his hands clasped behind his back, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Seeing that there are still so many things I haven't experienced after living this long, perhaps, as you said, it's not yet my time to die. When is it ever the right time to die? If there really is such a thing, it would be after living a long life, lying in a warm bed, proudly reflecting on one's past life. Dying peacefully like that might be the right time. But not now. Now is the time for all of us, every person in the world, too young to die. So my people, do not die. No, I will not let you die. I will show that we can prevent the end of the world. Prince Ash. Speak. Thank you. Dr. Mutin, who suddenly offered his thanks, turned around abruptly. I will scatter my remaining youth here, without sparing any. The Grand Sorcerer disappeared with quick steps. Staring blankly at his retreating figure, I muttered to myself. A misconception? Somehow, that grandfather seemed a bit embarrassed. Senior. Just then, Evangeline called out to me, jumping up from the bottom of the hill. I looked in her direction, and Evangeline urgently gestured. It's time for your speech. Please come soon. All right. Even if it's a fake funeral, we must follow the procedures. Slowly walking down the hill, I softly hummed the poem I was to recite at the funeral. When their bones are picked clean and the clean bones gone, they shall have stars at elbow and foot. Though they go mad, they shall be sane. Though they sink through the sea, they shall rise again. Though lovers be lost, love shall not, and death shall have no dominion. From the gravesite further west, at the entrance of a shallow forest, Xennies and Hannibal, squatting on a stump, quietly observed the funeral. As Ash recited the poem, gave a speech, and Evangeline waved her arm, gunfire resounded in the air, and the funeral ended. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Xennies quietly watched, and Hannibal asked cautiously, "How does it feel, watching your own funeral?" Xennies looked down at the bandages still wrapped around his body. "I don't know. Having died and come back to life several times over these few days, I can't really feel whether I'm actually dead or alive." "What about you?" Xennies turned to Hannibal, who widened his eyes in surprise. "Me? Do you feel like I'm your father?" "I mean, you must know from what was said before, even if I'm not your biological father." Xennies awkwardly scratched his bearded chin. Hannibal smiled awkwardly too. "Actually, I knew from the first time I saw you, that you weren't my biological father." Xennies' eyes widened. Hannibal explained, scratching his messy hair. "I'm a half-breed of human and beast man, but my mother is definitely human, so my father must be a beast man." "Ah." Now that he mentioned it, that was true. Xennies laughed bitterly. It was something he couldn't have hidden anyway. "You must have known the moment you saw me." "Yes, that's why I was more curious. Why you considered someone completely unrelated like me as your son." Hannibal added honestly, hesitating slightly, "Whether you truly considered me as your son. And whether I can truly consider you as my father." Though they sat side by side, there was still a significant emotional distance between this false father and son. After hesitating, Xennies asked haltingly, "Do you resent me? For leaving you in an orphanage, for never showing my face in your life? Do you resent your biological parents?" After a long hesitation, Hannibal slowly brushed his messy hair aside, then looked directly at his father with his round eyes. "It would be a lie to say I never resented them." "But you must have resented me too, right? You had a hard time because of me." Xennies hesitated too, but eventually nodded honestly. "Yes. Then let's call it even." Hannibal smiled and extended a small fist. "It's a draw, so let's not bring it up again. From now on, no more dwelling on that. Is that how it works? Let's just do that." Xennies chuckled and extended his fist in return. Their fists lightly touched in the air and then fell apart. A moment of silence followed. The two quietly watched the funeral site, now nearly cleared. "Dad." "Yes. The words mother left for me. When you were telling me about them before, I didn't catch them properly." Xennies glanced at Hannibal. Hannibal seemed nervous, his leg shaking slightly. "Could you tell me again?" Recalling that day, Xennies slowly responded. "She said to sing. She claimed she was good at it." "Singing?"
Im tunadeaf.
"Didn't take after her in that. Get a job too. She wanted to work in a reputable business." Does being a mercenary count as reputable?" "Travel as well. Said to wander the world, talking to people from all places." "I've done plenty of that." And, delivering the last message, Xennies grinned mischievously. "Make offerings at the temple." Hannibal frowned. Did she really ask for that? "Ah." Xennies burst into laughter. Looking at Xennies with narrowed eyes, Hannibal cautiously asked, "Dad." "Yes. What do you want to do with your life now?" "You can do anything now." Xennies, or rather, the man who was Xennies, looked towards the gravesite, where a tombstone with his name stood. Priest Xennies had died. Recognized posthumously for his valor, he was reinstated and his lost honor restored. The incident from 14 years ago was completely buried, and no more assassins from the Mist Kingdom would come seeking him. And nothing remained. Even if it was said that a priest's life begins and ends with nothing, starting over from scratch, burying everything beneath the grave, was a hard task. Thus, Zennies didn't know where he should go. Then, let's find it together. Suddenly, warmth was felt. Startled, Zennies saw Hannibal's small hand carefully holding onto Zennies' pinky. We're still young. Let's sing together, find jobs, travel, and make offerings too. Hannibal smiled shyly, yet brightly. Let's live that way. After a long silence, yeah, let's live. Slowly, Zennies bowed his head, touching his forehead to Hannibal's, and whispered with all the warmth he could muster. Let's live together, my son. The still awkward father and son sat there for a long time, facing the harsh sunlight, listening to the cicadas in the distance, feeling the hot wind, talking about the future they would share. Indeed, summer was beginning. Stage 31 clear. Stage MVP Ash, EX. Level up characters. Ash, EX. Plus 50 others, expand list. Deceased characters. None. Injured characters. Mikhail, SSR. Plus 30 others, expand list. Acquired items. The oldest Scarecrow Magic Core SSR 1.
Scarecrow Core Magic Stones, 211.
Stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. SSR Grade Reward Box. 1. Get ready for the next stage. Next stage. Impregnable. Chapter 552. Lake Kingdom. In the deepest darkness of Sector 10, and especially in its core, where evil rises like clouds of darkness, the center of malice. The place where the Demon King resides. King's Castle. However, the usually quietly seething Demon Palace was now noisy and chaotic. And for good reason, it was under invasion. Boom! Thud! The forces densely surrounding the castle relentlessly bombarded it. The barrier encircling the castle held but vibrated violently. Arg! Cromwell, the second in command of the Nightmare Legion and the leader of the Demon Guards, trembled with rage as he repaired the barrier. That damned dragon dares! The ones attacking the castle were none other than the Black Dragon Legion. Led by the commander of the Nightmare Legion, the king of the Black Dragons, Nightbringer. The Black Dragons, cloaked in tight black scales, circled the castle, spreading their wings and pouring down black flames. With her disheveled black hair fluttering, and his golden dragon eyes gleaming, Nightbringer was commanding his kin from afar as they fiercely attacked. Cromwell, from inside the castle, glared at Nightbringer. To actually start a rebellion, you're truly a mad dragon. The other commanders of the Nightmare Legion who had only talked about rebellion did not compare in action. Nightbringer had truly raised her flag against the Demon King and had actually invaded. And before the overwhelming power of the Black Dragon Legion, the other legions were continuously defeated. Eventually, they were pushed back to the castle, forced to defend it and engage in a defensive battle. If only the King of Kings wasn't absent. Cromwell glanced inside the castle. The King of Kings, the Demon King, was once again in seclusion. From selecting monsters to invade the human world to designating dark events blessed by the King of Kings, everything was dumped on Cromwell before he vanished again into the nightmare to search for that person. After the fall of the Grand Sorceress White Knight, Cromwell personally selected the legions for the 5 invasions of the human world. But now, even that had reached its limits. The Black Dragon Legion declared rebellion and invaded the castle, and the Demon Guards, the direct escort of the Demon King, had to fight the Black Dragons at the forefront. Cromwell was incredibly busy. Her primary goal was not the destruction of the human world but the safety of the Demon King, making the battle against the Black Dragons more urgent than the invasions. However, she could not neglect the invasions either. Thus, Cromwell made a decision to subcontract to another underling. Sir, A demon guard ran up to Cromwell, saluting and shouting. "The Legion commander you summoned has arrived. Let them in." Shortly after, a small demon scurried into the audience chamber of the castle. The nervous demon, swallowing dryly, was small and frail. Its body was red, and 2 horns protruded from its head. With a pair of small wings on its back and a long tail characteristic of demons protruding from its buttocks. An imp, among the demon kind, the smallest, most insignificant, and also the most cruel legion. It was the Imp Lord Lo who led the Imp Legion. "Did you call for me, sir?" Imp Legion Commander Lo saluted Cromwell with a tense face. Cromwell was the strongest demon commanding all demon legions lurking in the Lake Kingdom. The power of a demon kind is shown by the size of their horns, and Cromwell, possessing large and beautiful antler-like horns, was an absolute powerhouse. As an imp subordinate to Cromwell, it was only natural for Lo to hold both respect and fear for her. "Yes, Lo." And then Cromwell issued an utterly nonsensical order. "From now on, until the King of Kings returns, I entrust you with full authority over the invasions of the human world." "What?" Lo, who had been listening dumbfoundedly, suddenly jumped in shock. "What? What do you mean all of a sudden? An invasion of the human world? And full authority, you said? As you know, I'm already overwhelmed just fending off the Black Dragon Legion." Cromwell crossed her arms and sighed deeply. "But the invasion of the human world is the wish and command of the King of Kings, something we can't neglect. Hence, we need someone to take over the overall command in my stead." I understand that, but why me of all people?" "Well, you're one of the smartest among our kind." The praise was appreciated, but regardless, this was a separate issue. Lo tried to refuse in any way possible, but Cromwell didn't listen further and approached Lo, handing him something. The royal scepter, an object symbolizing the royal authority used by the King of the Lake Kingdom. Cromwell just handed it over to Lo. Standing there dumbfoundedly with the scepter in hand, Cromwell turned around sharply. "The related materials have been organized. Just pick them up on your way out. Now, I'm too busy with the battle against the Black Dragons to stay." "Wait, just a moment. Please wait, Cromwell sir. Don't leave me like this. Cromwell Sire." As Cromwell waved her hand dismissively, the gatekeeper demons approached from both sides, lifting Lo and carrying him outside. Standing at the entrance to the audience chamber, Lo stood dumbfounded. It was a basic rule here to follow orders without question. But even so, was it really okay to hand over such a heavy responsibility so casually? Creak, creak. Then Cromwell's adjutant carelessly dragged something over. It was a cart filled with documents. Thud. After dumping the cart of documents in front of Lo, the adjutant pushed up his glasses and said indifferently, "These are the records of the last 30 invasions of the human world." "Ah? Take a good look at this." Then he sharply turned away. Lo reached out desperately. Wait a moment, please." "Yes." The adjutant turned back to face Lo, who was almost pleading. "Even if you say to refer to it, I don't understand what exactly I'm supposed to do. How would a minor demon like me, who has never been involved in an invasion of the human world, know anything about it? Could you give me some advice? What exactly am I supposed to refer to?" "Ah, it seems you've misunderstood my words." The adjutant lazily gestured towards the cart of documents. "Refer to it. Just bear with it." "Ah, not refer as in consult, but bear with it? Well then, I must go to face the Black Dragons." And with that, the adjutant walked away with an air of importance. As the adjutant disappeared and Lo alternated his gaze between him and the heavy cart of documents, he unwittingly began to wipe away tears that sprang up, muttering to himself, "This damned life of a demon is truly sorrowful. But what can he do? Whether it's a sloppy job or a mess, if he's told to do it, he must." Sniffling, Lo started dragging the cart, which was bigger than himself, and began crawling back to his lair. Boom! The sound of the Black Dragon's bombardment continued behind him, and the castle trembled but held firm. Cromwell's assessment of Lo wasn't far off. Among the demons, the imp, known for its cunning mind, was not too bad in terms of intelligence. Lo had read the records of the last 30 attacks until he could recite them by heart. Having believed he would never be called to march, he had paid no attention until now, but after studying hard, he quickly caught up with the situation. Lo pondered. His given task was not to directly command the battlefield. He was only to select the legions for deployment and decide on the dark events, the Demon King's powers, in his stead. It was a task he could have done carelessly. But Lo knew well, if I really do it carelessly, I'll be the one to catch hell later. Of course, Cromwell, who is fundamentally generous to her subordinates, would understand Lo's situation, having suddenly taken on the task. Even if he selected poorly and messed up big time, at most he would get a scolding. However, Lo wanted to do well if possible. Among the demons, the weakest, always ignored and despised the minor demon imp. A pitiful race that had lost its ambition and desire for success, relegated to just assisting other demon kinds. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to change their circumstances? Lo deliberated. He deliberated again and again. Which legion could catch the humans off guard? Which dark event would effectively set the human world ablaze? And so, a few days before the 31st attack was to commence, Lo cautiously entered the base of the Scarecrow Legion. The Scarecrow Legion was currently using a farm that had become ruins as their base. This place, once the base of the plague-bringer Raven, was now utterly devastated by disease and exuded an eerily ominous atmosphere. Hi-e! It's scary. As Lo trembled in the ominous atmosphere, suddenly, a face covered with a burlap sack popped in front of him. What's this? A little bug? It was the Scarecrow Legion's commander, the oldest Scarecrow. Wah! Frightened, Lo trembled as the Scarecrow Legion's commander spoke in a menacing voice. Get lost right now, you rat. Be grateful we Scarecrows have too fine a taste to harvest the likes of you. The surrounding Scarecrows all clutched their bellies and laughed in a weird, eerie manner. Lo was scared, ashamed, and angry, but eventually gritted his teeth and yelled back. I am acting with the authority of the King of Kings. What? Scarecrow Legion, by the name of the King of Kings, I command you to march. Realizing the royal scepter Lo was holding was genuine, the Scarecrow Legion's commander scratched his burlap sack. What nonsense is this? Isn't the order of deployment already set? It's not my turn, right? And the King of Kings told me before. The current human commander has such a strong mental defense that my fear won't work on him at all. So there's no need for me to deploy. That's why it's a surprise attack. Struggling, Lo waved the longer-than-his-body royal scepter around. There's an option among the powers lent by the King of Kings called Surprise. Using this power, we can change the order of the Nightmare Legions and start the invasion by avoiding the problematic enemy commander. Oh! If we can avoid the enemy commander, there's no reason for the Scarecrow Legion not to step forward. Legions that use mind control and mental status effects have mostly been excluded from invasions of the human world until now, because the guardians of the human world were immune to them. However, that's exactly why it's a backstab. Humans, trusting only in their commander and not investing further in mental defense, would find mind control and mental status effects devastatingly effective if only they can avoid the enemy commander. The Scarecrow Legion farms victims to aim for royal ghosts. The first battle might be hard, but afterwards, like a snowball, they become stronger and stronger. There's no legion more suitable for this surprise dark event. Oh! Listening to Lo's explanation, a malicious smile deepened on the Scarecrow Legion's commander's face. Not bad for a little dirt devil. Though the words were irritating, Lo placed his hands on his hips and nodded. And, there's something you should know. Humans care for each other, but especially this commander cherishes his subordinates. Data from 30 battles. Within it, the behavior of the human commander Ash, though never seen, felt palpably clear. He cherishes his people. excessively. If you actively use hostages, you can grasp and shake their vulnerabilities. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The Scarecrow Legion's commander burst into a grotesque laugh, seemingly pleased. Good, good, good. I shall gladly march forth, little dirt delegate. And the Scarecrow Legion's commander pointed at Lo with his long finger. If I end up bringing destruction to the world, I'll make sure to reserve a high place for you too. Of course, that did not happen. The Scarecrow Legion achieved a great victory at the forward base, but in the end, they were utterly destroyed by the returning enemy main force. Ah! Reading the new battle report delivered by Cromwell's adjutant, Lo sighed deeply. We lost Wu. Then, Cromwell's adjutant, who had brought the documents, pushed up his glasses and whispered, Bear with it. I'm already doing that. Lo held his small head in his tiny hands and pondered. How could he possibly bring down this impregnable fortress that all sorts of world-renowned monsters had challenged and failed to conquer? Chapter 553. A few days before the 32nd assault. Thump. Imp Legion Commander Lo slammed his desk and declared, This time, we're going head-on with a frontal assault. A frontal assault? Cromwell's aide adjusted his glasses and blinked. The aide was here under Cromwell's orders to monitor whether Lo was conducting his duties properly. Frontal assaults have been used quite a bit, haven't they? This time, we're using the Legion with the greatest breakthrough power, utilizing the dark event that aids in breaking through, and honestly trying to penetrate directly. The Legion with the greatest breakthrough power? Yes, specifically. Lo pointed straight ahead. The Bull Legion. Chew, chew. A giant Minotaur variant, summoned at Lo's request, lay peacefully on the floor, munching on grass that sprouted from the ground. Though the leader of the Bull Legion, it didn't look like a monster at all with those peaceful and sparkling eyes. It just looked like a cow zoning out in a barn. Unlike other Minotaur variants, this bull monster didn't walk bipedally but moved on all fours. Essentially not a monster but a giant buffalo. Moo. As the two demons' gazes poured over it, the Minotaur variant let out a soft moo. It was somewhat cute. Cromwell's aide cocked his head. You're going to use these gentle creatures for the siege? Yes. Will that really work? Wouldn't it be more motivating to slice them up and serve them grilled at a Legion feast instead? Startled by the comment, the Minotaur variant mooed in alarm and tried to run away in a hurry. An even more startled Lo ran after it, grabbing the Minotaur variant's bridle to prevent it from escaping. But the Minotaur variant, already panicked, shook its head vigorously, throwing Lo off and then finally managing to run away. Arg! Lo crashed to the ground, moaning in pain and, moo moo. The Minotaur variant fled with terrifying momentum. Thump! Thud! As it ran, it crashed into barracks, pillars, buildings, and even tall towers along its path, bringing them all down. Watching the buildings collapse, Cromwell's aide muttered in admiration. It's strong. Ugh! In terms of breakthrough power, it's arguably the strongest of all monster legions. It can devastate everything in its path when it charges. Lo said, rubbing his sore back. If it hits the walls, it will surely cause massive damage. But it seems very scared. When it's a single entity, yes. But if we group them together and make them charge as one, they'll trample over anything in their way. From afar, they saw the Minotaur variant knocking down another building. Lo sighed. The problem isn't that they're scared. Once they start running, even the Legion commander can't control his own Legion. Once they start, they run till the end. They listen to no commands, no restraints. They just charge until death. Using such a Legion to annihilate humanity is impossible. However, indeed, the aide, understanding, nodded. You're keeping the next assault in mind. Lo nodded in return. Past Monster Legion commanders hadn't considered this. They just wanted to end humanity with their own hands, not bothering to set anything up for those who would follow. They lacked the spirit of sacrifice. And the Demon King, too, called the campaign against humanity an offense game, treating it like a chess game, casually sacrificing his subordinates' lives. He just enjoyed playing around, testing humanity's guardians as if he was just toying with them. As if he thought, in the end, I will win. He was nonchalant about the conquest of humanity. But Lo was different. He had the opportunity to oversee several assaults, allowing him to link several attacks together into a single strategy. The basics of a siege. Break the walls. Lo had no intention of completely overcoming the fortress during this assault. He just wanted to make sure the walls were hit hard. We need to create a breach. By any means necessary, shake and hold it. That way. Holding the entrusted royal scepter, Lo murmured. The path to conquest will be revealed. Watching Lo, the aide tilted his head and mumbled softly. Became a genius of the offense game? Ha! No, just threw out a joke. Anyway, I'll report that to Cromwell. The aide, having scribbled something on the documents in his hand, gestured to Lo. Cromwell doesn't have, well, she has some expectations of you. Do well, Lo. Lo grinned and clenched his fist. Just leave it to me. Thus began the 32nd assault. The dark event chosen by Lo was wall weakening. It was a siege-optimized dark event that halved the durability of the walls. Now, with the fortress weakened like this, once the Bull Legion charged, a huge hole would be blasted through the walls. Rumble. Lo smiled satisfactorily as he watched the enormous herd of bulls exiting the main camp and heading towards the main gate of the Lake Kingdom. An incredibly large herd numbering 5,000. With such a number charging at the walls, no matter how strong the fortress, there would be no way to withstand it. That's when it happened. Ha! Flash dash. A flash of light sparked in the sky above the main gate. Boom! And an explosion occurred. A giant beam of light swept through the area. The closely packed herd, ready to advance, was slaughtered in an instant. A woman with strikingly white hair was swinging a giant sword. No, a sword filled with light, and with each swing monsters died. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Lo screamed, "What's that?" "Ah, don't you know? That's the Nameless One." For Lo, who had never even been a spectator before, let alone led a charge, this was naturally a first-time sight. The aide explained indifferently. "She claims to be a fearsome woman, a watcher of this hell. Our legions always have to break through her to march towards humanity." "Has it always been like this?" "Recently, she's weakened a bit, which is why we can even think about marching. For the last few hundred years, we couldn't even pass through." "Moo dash! Moo!" The bull monsters screamed in agony as they ran away. After the time of slaughter passed, and mountains of monster corpses had piled up, the Nameless One was gasping for breath, using an old iron sword as a cane at the entrance of the gate. He. Watching this scene, Lo trembled beside the aide who was calmly writing a report. The aide was counting the number of monsters that had managed to march past the Nameless One. Still, a third have made it through. That's fairly good, all things considered. Let's go back and wait for the results of the battle, before we get caught by the Nameless One and end up split in two. At those words, Lo finally snapped back to reality. Right. Although it didn't reach the initial scale, still over 1,500 bull monsters would charge towards humanity. Lo shouted with vigor. "How will you stop this, guardians of humanity?" He shouted so loudly that the Nameless One went, "Ha!" and looked this way. The aide quickly covered Lo's mouth and ran away with him in tow. This time, the Bull Legion was dispatched. Literally a herd charging. It was clear that any defense force in their path would be trampled to death. But if they don't block them, the walls will also fall. Lo thought the tactic he conceived wasn't bad at all. However, what? The Guardians of Humanity annihilated the Bull Legion in a ridiculous manner. Not only were they annihilated, but the walls didn't suffer any damage either. The tactic used by the Guardians of Humanity was as follows. At the entrance to the Black Lake, tank units capable of wide-area taunts like Battle Cry were positioned. As soon as the Bull Legion emerged, they executed the taunt. The Bull Legion, already excited from avoiding the Nameless One, was taunted straight away and charged at the tank units. Naturally, the following bulls started running after their leader. The tank units boarded an airship that was waiting, and the airship flew at low altitude, continually luring the herd. The tanks continued to use their taunts to guide the herd. Flap. For some reason, a human commander on the airship was frantically waving a red flag. "It's a bullfight," he shouted incomprehensibly. Although the flag had no compulsory taunt effect, the Bull Legion leader was properly taunted. Blinded, the Bull Legion leader blindly followed the airship, and as is common with such animals, the rest followed the leader in a single file without any doubt. Thud, thud, thud. After trampling the wasteland, destroying forests, and scorching everything in their path, they fell off a cliff. The Bull Legion, lured to a nearby valley, couldn't stop. The Bull Legion leader noticed the cliff and desperately tried to stop, but there was no way for the leader to withstand the charging force of the followers coming from behind. The airship luring the herd shot up into the sky, but the bulls could not fly. In the end, moo, thud, 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 crunch, crack. Over 1,500 bulls crashed into the deep valley below. Without a single exception, they all died, their bodies shattered. Thus, the 32nd assault ended without even a proper battle, without even seeing the walls, as the entire Bull Legion fell to their deaths. After reading the report, Lo's mouth fell open in shock. How can this be? He had thought his tactic wasn't bad, like declaring checkmate in a chess game by pointing a sword at the enemy's neck. But the opponent, the human commander, seemed to casually dust off his hands, breaking the sword with a snort, as if countering with, "Nope, dummy." Still unable to shake off the shock of the humiliating defeat, the aide whispered softly to a trembling Lo. "Became the idiot of the offense game. Stop poking at it. Stop mocking me." Trembling, Lo eventually let out a long sigh. "I understand now. If we send out a monster legion with conditional but outstanding power, the guardians of humanity will just exploit that condition. Oh. We need to send out a legion with a consistently high average power, not dependent on conditions." Lo had an intuition. Even if it was a bit of a stretch, it was time to make a bold move. For the next assault, the 13th ranked legion. A top-tier legion he had been eyeing from the beginning. "We'll send the Fallen Knights." At that, the aide looked a bit surprised. "Can you handle it?" "As you know, that legion is too brutal. They might not listen to you." "Well, somehow with the authority of this royal scepter," Lo asked, sweating, "won't it work?" Lo swallowed dryly. The aide behind him also lacked his usual carefree demeanor, looking slightly tense. The base of the Fallen Knights, a crumbling chapel. Inside the chapel, at a round table, sat 13 individuals. Or rather, what used to be individuals. Monsters now enveloped in tentacles, blood mist, and slime, who had once been knights of high renown. At the head of the table, the corrupted King Pendragon, sitting on a throne made of skulls, with a giant greatsword planted in front of him, spoke through the slit of his helmet. "So," a voice so evil and terrible it felt like it could corrupt the mind just by listening. "It's finally our turn, you say?" Chapter 554. "Do you know why we are ranked as the 13th Legion?" Pendragon, the leader of the Fallen Knights, asked. A natural eeriness emanated from the giant knight seated on the skull throne. The imp, Lo, involuntarily gulped down his saliva. I do not know. I like the number 13. Pendragon brushed his helmet-covered face with his hand, giving an odd reason. "I'm insanely fond of the number 13. 13 is the best. 13 rocks. 13 is awesome. That's why my knight order is exactly 13 members strong. Even the number of steps leading up to this chapel is 13. The day my knight order was established was also Friday the 13th. Pendragon went on praising the number 13 for a while with a wicked voice. "That's why I intentionally remained at the 13th rank. We could have climbed higher if we wanted." Is that so? Do you understand why I'm telling you this?" "Not at all." Lo shook his head. Pendragon chuckled. "Those self-proclaimed Nightmare Legion commanders, those monsters ranked up to 10th, all acting like kings. I could tear those bastards apart with one swing of my sword. If I had wanted, the internal order of the monster legion in this lake kingdom could have been completely overturned. Then why stay put here just flapping your gums? Though he thought this, Lo simply nodded along for now. Pendragon continued. My fallen knights are strong enough to stand on their own. We have our pride, our dignity, and our ideals. Just because you come now and say, go fight, doesn't mean we'll wag our tails and leap to it out of desperation. The speech was long, but in essence, you think we would just go into battle because someone shakes the king's scepter and orders it? If it's not a direct command from the King of Kings himself, sending just a lone imp like you to order us out won't do. Pendragon disliked the situation where a mere imp like Lo was sent to command their deployment instead of the Demon King himself. I refuse to deploy. If you wish us to deploy, you should at least send the captain of the guard. Pendragon waved his hand dismissively, indicating they were dismissed. Lo's deputy turned around first with a look of, I thought as much. However, Lo took a breath and then, are you scared, fallen king? He provocatively threw out the challenge. The deputy flinched and looked back at Lo, and then Pendragon finally glared at Lo properly. What? What did you just say? You're afraid of the guardian of humanity, Ash. That man. Lo crossed his arms arrogantly. His tail was shaking unseen, but his voice was calm. Otherwise, there's no reason for you to refuse the goal that everyone wants, the destruction of humanity. And Pendragon was particularly weak to such provocations. Bang! Predictably, Pendragon kicked his chair and shouted, Don't make me laugh. I am the fallen king. I fear nothing in this world. Don't make excuses. You're actually afraid of the guardian of humanity, that guardian's fortified city, aren't you? Lo continued to taunt mockingly. You've heard the rumors about the high and mighty walls that many monsters and their kings have crashed against and shattered. You're just making excuses to refuse because you're scared. Ching! Pendragon's greatsword was unsheathed in an instant. The evil blade, brimming with malevolent energy, pointed directly at Lo's throat. Do you really want to die, imp? You don't have the courage to attack humanity, but you have the courage to kill me, the deputy of the King of Kings? I didn't know the fallen king's sword suffered from a rage disorder that targets the weak. Pendragon's thrown greatsword flew towards Lo. Skaak! The flying greatsword grazed Lo's cheek before embedding itself in the wall behind him. Lo didn't blink an eye and stood still. Shit! I almost pissed myself. Of course, he was just frozen and couldn't move. The provocation was successful. Pendragon was screaming at the top of his lungs. All right, fine. Deploy us. I will show you. I, the fallen king, will prove that the 13 fallen knights are the strongest of all. Then Lo simply shook his head. I refuse. What? I said no. You've already refused the king's command once. There won't be a second chance. Lo turned swiftly to leave. As you wished, there will be no deployment. And there won't be in the future either. Now, if you'll excuse me. As Lo started to briskly walk away from the chapel. Thump! Thud! The bulky fallen knights moved like lightning to block Lo's path. Lo looked back in annoyance, and Pendragon, slowly sitting back on his throne, spoke in a composed voice. I underestimated you for being so small, deputy. You're stronger than you look. I apologize, so please grant us permission to deploy, and don't try to bend me to your will anymore. Click. Pendragon sheathed his greatsword, growling. Next time, deputy or not, I'll slice you up. It seemed like he had won this round of tug-of-war for control. Lo slowly nodded. I'll grant permission for the deployment, fallen king. But on one condition. A condition? What is it? From now on, you must follow my instructions. More specifically, before we deploy. Lo was naturally issuing orders to Pendragon. Capture the human scouts who have been exploring the darkness of this lake kingdom as if it were their own home. You want me, the fallen king, Not to march directly into the enemy's stronghold, but to hunt down human scouts buzzing around like flies? To catch a bigger fish. Lo explained slowly. The guardian of humanity and his fortress are strong. We need to find a way to create a weakness, and capturing the scouts is part of that plan. I'd like to say that my knights and I don't need such tactics. Fine, I'll follow your orders. Pendragon gritted his teeth. But be prepared, little deputy. After I shred the guardian of humanity and bring down those walls, I'll personally rip apart that insolent mouth of yours. Bang! Lo and the aide were chased out, and the chapel door slammed shut violently. Descending the 13 steps hastily, the aide looked back at Lo with a surprised expression. You didn't seem like it, but when it comes down to it, you really do act, huh? I was surprised myself. What kind of courage sprouted in me to do that? Trembling with shaky legs as he came down the stairs, Lo leaned on the king's hall floor, his lips quivering. Anyway, it's done. Now we just need to see if the fallen knights do their job properly. We have to go watch them capturing the human-side scouts. Lake Kingdom, Zone 7. People holding torches cautiously crossed the streets submerged in darkness. It was a scouting party from the human side consisting of 5 heroes. Between stage and stage, a scouting detachment dispatched during the free exploration period. They were carrying out an operation called autonomous exploration by the human side. They quietly treaded through the streets of Lake Kingdom, engulfed in silence. Currently, Zones 1 through 6 of the Lake Kingdom dungeon had been conquered by Ash. They had succeeded in driving out the darkness. But this was not entirely a good thing. In lower-level dungeons, weaker monsters appeared, making it easier for inexperienced heroes to train. However, now they had to start from Zone 7, a high-level area. Moreover, dungeon exploration also played the role of scouting to determine what the next stage's monsters would be. The difficulty of the scouting had significantly increased now that they had to start from Zone 7. Thus, the role of those venturing into their first autonomous exploration between stages was crucial. These were veterans honed on the monster front. From one elf archer of the Fairy Queen's Royal Scout Corps to one dwarf warrior, one beastman warrior, and 2 human mages. Though their races and affiliations were different, having suffered together on the battlefield had made them indifferent to such things, becoming a seasoned team of 5 for scouting missions. And there was another who walked ahead of this party of 5. A muscular man wearing an animal mask jackal. The owner of the Blazing Coliseum dungeon in Zone 5 and once known as the Gladiator King, a dungeon boss. And now, he was leading an independently organized taming monster corps, a direct subordinate of Ash. Jackal, with his long experience living in dungeons, was assisting the scouting teams dispatched from Crossroad, helping with the first reconnaissance mission in each stage. This team of 6, having scouted this hell several times before, now adeptly navigated through the darkness of the dungeon. It's quiet. Yeah, it feels quieter than usual. By now, we should have encountered a monster or 2. Maybe we need to enter the dungeon. The 6 nodded to each other. No monsters were visible on the dark streets of the Lake Kingdom. It seemed they would have to enter a nearby dungeon since scouting was not proving fruitful. Jackal led the way, torch held high. The monsters in this defense battle might be few, leaving the dungeon empty, but let's go check. The 6 entered a narrow alleyway, heading towards the nearest dungeon. Clink. And not a few steps into the alleyway, Jackal felt something catch on his foot. Looking down curiously, he saw some metal object rolling at his feet. No, it wasn't just any piece of metal. It was a scythe, its blade gleaming sharply. And in the darkness ahead, something with a massive body. Lying flat on the ground, it extended its scythe forward like an antenna, waiting for its prey to come closer. Skayak! The giant scythe swung across the ground. Everyone, dodge dash! Yelling, Jackal leaped up with animalistic reflexes. Unfortunately, the other heroes weren't as quick. Yang! With immense force, the scythe swung, severing the ankles of the 5 heroes. Ugh! KR dash! What is this dash? Ack! Before the 5 heroes could even scream out, swish swish, clank, clank, writhing tentacles and chains with barbed hooks flew, binding the heroes. Whoosh! Splatter! Splatter dash! A thick fog of blood and an indescribable, horrific viscous liquid poured over the heroes' heads. Bound and immobilized by various means, the 5 heroes were tied up against walls and floors, bleeding profusely from their ankles. Hee! Hee! The fallen knight who had launched the first attack hurriedly crawled forward and gulped down the severed feet of the heroes lying on the ground. Tasty! So tasty! Yumi yumi yum yum yum. Watching the knight nonchalantly gulp down their severed feet, the subdued 5 heroes realized they had stumbled into something terribly wrong. These creatures were not ordinary monsters. Then, another fallen knight appeared and smacked the back of the head of the one feasting in haste. You fool! Have you lost all sense of knighthood? It was Pendragon, the king of the fallen knights. He scolded the subordinate who had hit the first knight on the head. Have I not always said, divide the tasty bits into 13? Kihi, sorry. My apologies. Yumi. The knight, despite being hit on the head, continued to gobble down greedily without stopping. Pendragon sighed, then drew his great sword, shouting, share fairly, share fairly. My knight order is all about equality. Then he placed his great sword over the severed feet, as if the great sword were a butcher's knife cutting meat. Assuming the stance of a chef, the king of what were once knights delivered a speech. Do you understand, my men? I like the number 13. Let's always divide humans into 13 parts before we eat them. Chapter 555. From every shadowy corner of the alley, the fallen knights began to reveal themselves one by one. Surrounding their prey completely, these corrupted and deranged knights all gulped down their saliva in unison. Pendragon, the fallen king, murmured in a tainted voice, now it's time for the 13th division. He then plunged his great sword into the chest of the closest bound human mage. Aakak! Aawa! The mage, stabbed in the chest while still alive, shook violently in all directions. But soon his movements gradually ceased. Another fallen knight, with a slurred speech, asked Pendragon as he was about to further mutilate the dead mage's body. But, great king, did you not say we were to capture them alive? Oh right. Yes, that was the plan, indeed. Covered in blood, Pendragon nodded while holding up his great sword. Let's finish slicing this one up and capture the rest alive. Kihi. Give me the eyes. I'll take the ears then. Fingers. Fingers. Hey, you disrespectful ones. I said 13 parts, didn't I? 13th parts. Listening to the mad conversation of the monsters that were no longer human, the color drained from the faces of the subdued heroes. Then suddenly, swoosh, whir, a dagger flew like lightning. Thud, 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 and accurately impaled itself in the necks of the remaining 4 heroes.
I'm sorry.
Once captured by these creatures, a peaceful end is too much to hope for. The one who had thrown the dagger was Jackal, who had been leading the party. He, the only one not subdued, had thrown his dagger to kill his comrades. Better I send you off. May you rest in peace. The 4 heroes, in pain yet grateful, breathed their last. Jackal, who had killed his own comrades, bit his lip till it bled. However, there was no time to be lost in sentiment. Oh ho! Who do we have here? Pendragon, with his great sword dripping with blood, gestured with his chin. The so-called gladiator King Jackal, prancing around in the outskirts Colosseum. Now that the Colosseum is destroyed, what do you call yourself? It doesn't matter. Jackal gripped the dagger in his hand tighter. Right now, I am but a follower of the one I serve, His Highness Prince Ash. How preposterous. Once a king, now crawling under someone else's legs like a dog. Ramble on, monster. It's you who's also a monster. Don't pretend to be human now. Pendragon scoffed coldly and looked around. Now then, having killed them all, how do you plan to take responsibility, Jackal? Responsibility? Jackal sneered. I'm pleased to ruin your plans. Not really. That's not it. Pendragon chuckled. I'm saying perhaps I should capture you instead. Your decision to grant your comrades freedom by killing them was commendable. But now, what to do? Pendragon's helmet tilted sideways, revealing his face. Who will kill you now that you're alone? Jackal scanned his surroundings with alert eyes. 13 monsters had completely surrounded him. Jackal knew well. Alone, he stood no chance against these 13 fallen knights. They were all specialists in combat against humans, crazed by human flesh. Meanwhile, he had lost most of his strength as the gladiator king. Rather than being captured and used for their purposes, it's better. Jackal intended to take his own life. He quickly lifted the dagger in his right hand. However, his right arm was already gone. Yang! Suddenly, a fallen knight's giant scythe had sneaked up from behind and chopped off Jackal's right arm. Jackal tried to draw another dagger with his left hand, but chains with hooks had already torn through and penetrated his left hand. Crack! The hook that penetrated Jackal's left hand embedded itself in the ground, and Jackal, skewered by chains, could no longer move. JHK-. Jackal desperately sought another way to end his life. My tongue! As he attempted to bite his tongue, tentacles swiftly wrapped around him, tightly strangling Jackal's neck. He gasped for air. Pendragon clicked his tongue in front of him. Really now? You should know biting off your tongue won't kill you. Besides, you're quite durable. JHK. Jackal's intended method was to concentrate magic in his tongue and then bite it to explode, thereby destroying his brain from the shock. But the tentacles blocked his mouth like a gag, making that method impossible. You've weakened, Gladiator King. Even in death, you should have worn a crown. Pendragon sighed, examining the struggling Jackal. But about capturing. As long as you're still breathing, that's what counts, right? Effortlessly lifting his great sword, Pendragon then pierced Jackal's chest. Blood spurted like a fountain. Jackal couldn't even scream, writhing in agony. Endure the pain. It's been a while since my sword tasted blood. Pendragon's great sword vibrated like a living creature, beginning to drink Jackal's blood. Only then did Pendragon smile satisfactorily. After all, you were once a king. Try to hang on. It was just a few hours later when reinforcements from Crossroad arrived. Zone 8. The crumbling chapel. Arriving right in front of the fallen knight's base were Crossroad's elite heroes. And
Top?
the standard-bearer, carrying a worn and tattered flag, was Commander Ash himself, the guardian of humanity. Ash didn't enter the chapel. He just stood at the entrance, gazing into the interior from afar. On the high altar inside, the bodies of the 5 scouting party heroes were left, reduced to bones, while the fallen knights burped, patting their full bellies, and Jackal suspended in mid-air. With Pendragon's greatsword still embedded in his chest, Jackal had turned into a mummified figure, barely breathing. Already having lost all strength to resist, the tentacles and chains had been removed. Welcome, guardian of humanity. Pendragon, picking his teeth with a toothpick, casually stood up. I certainly didn't expect you to come in person. Pleased to meet you. The fallen knights, and their leader, the fallen King Pendragon. Ash recited information about his adversary in a cold voice. Originally, you were the legendary king and knights of an ancient kingdom. But one winter, on a northern expedition, you became stranded in the mountains, and when the food ran out, Pendragon shivered. You, the king and knights, began to cannibalize a soldier each day, placing them on the altar of the chapel you used as shelter. With no fire to cook, you consumed them raw. And when winter ended and the blizzards ceased, all the soldiers had become your prey, and you had turned into monsters addicted to human flesh. Ash spat out fiercely. So you returned to your homeland and devoured your own people as well. becoming the monstrous legends. Haha, it seems we have someone deeply versed in history here. It's a bit embarrassing to be known so well. Pendragon smacked his lips. I like smart people. After all, their flesh is exceptionally tender. To the silent Ash, Pendragon gestured upwards, towards the bound jackal. I hear you're quite fond of your subordinates. Come, take him back. Ash counted the number of bones placed on the altar. His teeth clenched audibly. I confirm the death of the entire scouting party. Ash told his subordinates. There's no need to fight within the enemy's prepared stronghold. We're retreating. That's too bad. Pendragon tapped the chest of Jackal lightly. Isn't he your subordinate as well? Still alive, isn't he? I already know, Pendragon. Ash spoke coldly. The moment Jackal is eaten by your cannibalistic sword, excannibal, pulling it out will kill him instantly. Stop with the unfitting hostage drama. I'm already tired of such acts lately, you cannibalistic bastard. Such foul language, guardian of humanity. Being sucked dry by a leech was bad enough, but you're no better. Shut your mouth. I don't want to smell it. Ash turned his gaze from Pendragon to the bound jackal. Jackal! Dangling limply in mid-air, Jackal murmured weakly. I'm sorry, my lord. If only I had dealt with it better. You did enough. Ash's face, which had been radiating hostility towards Pendragon, suddenly softened with warmth and kindness, as if all the animosity had been a lie. You've worked hard all this time. I sincerely thank you for your dedication. Everblack will remember you forever. At those words, Jackal's eyes regained a faint spark of life. With a faint smile, Jackal whispered his last words. Thank you, my lord. Ash waved his arm and then, bang! A gunshot echoed, and a sniper bullet flew, piercing Jackal's head. Jackal died with a smile. Whoosh! Ash turned around and walked away briskly from the chapel. Did you think I would let you go? Pendragon shouted, and the fallen knights capable of magic extended their hands. Swoosh! Various evil magics made of blood, bone, poison, and curse flew towards Ash. But Ash, without looking back, lightly tapped the ground with his flagpole. Swoosh! A barrier of magical energy rose from under the flag, blooming like a flower, blocking all the evil magic. Ash kept walking, and his subordinates, after glaring fiercely at the fallen knights, followed their leader and retreated. Pendragon yelled out, Don't you see the horrific state of your subordinates' corpses? I've seen. It's etched in my memory well enough. And you still run away. Don't you want to avenge them? You coward. Are you even a commander? Because I am a commander. Burning with hatred, Ash spat out. That's why I'll fight a battle I can surely win. I won't engage on a battlefield where you have even a speck of advantage. If you want to fight, come to my walls. With veins bulging in the hand holding the flagpole, Ash growled like a wild beast. Don't worry, fallen king. I promise you. I will grind you down to your last cell and burn you myself. And with that, Ash walked away. Pendragon considered pursuing but eventually ceased. He was certain that man had prepared a way to shake off any pursuit. A true king. A smile tinged with blood formed under Pendragon's helmet. Of all the self-proclaimed kings I've met in this hell, that man is the real deal. He truly is a sovereign. Pendragon began to laugh maniacally, spreading his helmet wide. He's my prey. I will devour him. Yes, indeed. Down to the last bit of flesh, the last piece of nail. All of it. I will consume everything. And watching all this from a corner, Lo observed silently. Gazing at the retreating figure of Ash, Lo watched as if under a spell. That man, the guardian of humanity. The little demon clenched his fist. The supreme adversary I must face. Chapter 556.
I'm sorry, Damian.
On the way back to Crossroad from Zone 8 of the Lake Kingdom, Ash apologized when the sniper Damien, who had been waiting from afar, joined up. I've given you another harsh task. To ensure Jackal could die peacefully, Ash had ordered Damien to take the shot, and Damien carried out that order without hesitation. It's okay, Your Highness. Damien nodded silently. It was to make Lord Jackal comfortable, after all. And in the future, I don't mind taking on the task of sniping them. Damien looked at the enemies with clear eyes. Not far from there, the fallen knights were salivating, looking this way. They may have been human once, but now, they are unmistakably monsters. After taking a breath, Ash spoke out in a strong tone. Let's return. The grip on the flagpole was so tight that his hand had turned white. Grinding his teeth, Ash spat out. To annihilate them completely, without leaving a single one behind, let's prepare. A few days later, Black Lake, SSSH, cutting through the surface, the fallen knights appeared. Normally, they would have been stopped by the Nameless One, but for some reason, she did not appear before the fallen knights squad this time. The battle between the Black Dragon Legion and the Demon Guard had escalated, throwing the Lake Kingdom into utter chaos. The fallen knights could only guess that the Nameless One was caught up in that battle. The dark event given to the fallen knights this time was enhancement. The effect was simple. It amplified all stats across the board. Already an elite force, the dark event made the individual power of the fallen knights even stronger. It was a privilege granted after much deliberation by the acting authority, aiming not to lose a single one to the Nameless One, who, ironically, did not show up at all. The situation was mysterious, but nonetheless, it was a relief that she did not block their path. Eventually, all 13 were able to set foot on the land outside. Crack, riding on horses made of bones and rotten flesh, after ascending to the ground. The sun. Looking up at the sky, Pendragon squinted his eyes from inside his helmet. It still spreads its hateful light. This was the southern part of the continent. The summer afternoon sun blazed down directly on the fallen knights. It was hot and bright, not a pleasant environment for monsters that had lurked in the darkness. In that winter, it wouldn't even show its nose towards us. After we annihilate the humans, let's bring down that sun too, Great King. Hee hee. What taste will the sun have? Joking and giggling, one of the fallen knights suddenly turned serious and rubbed his belly. By the way, Great King, I'm hungry. How long has it been since we ate that you're hungry again? No matter how much I eat, I'm always hungry. Since being revived in the Lake Kingdom, the fallen knights had been completely freed from the issue of food. After all, the humans of the Lake Kingdom were all cursed with eternal life, coming back to life no matter how much they were devoured. Though completely soulless, making them dull and uninteresting prey that didn't react even when chewed alive. Nonetheless, the fallen knights were always well-fed. But as soon as they left their base, they felt hunger. And Pendragon felt the same hunger. Pendragon rubbed his empty stomach. I am indeed hungry. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Unable to bear it, one knight began to bite his own fingers. Pendragon, with a sigh, gestured towards a human forward base visible not far away. Good. Let's quickly raid that place. It looks like it's full of food. Hee hee. Hurry, hurry. Gulp, gulp. I want to chew on a heart still fluttering with life. Drooling through the gaps in their helmets, the 13 knights hurried towards the forward base. These 13 knights were full of confidence in their own valor, but they were also well aware of the overwhelming track record of the human defense forces. The Spider Queen, the Vampire King, the Werewolf King, the Goblin God King, the Ghost Pirate Captain, and the Grand Sorceress. Rumors had it that even the Plague Lord and the Succubi's daughter were among them. A formidable defensive line that had reportedly defeated all 8 commanders of the Nightmare Legion. This place, Crossroad, was nothing short of the humans' final line of defense. Pendragon had dismissed all those in the Lake Kingdom who called themselves kings, except himself. However, he did not consider them weak. These monsters were all defeated by the human commanders and defense forces. I admit it, the human defense forces are strong. Therefore, he would not be careless. With all their might, they would smash them to pieces and chew on the meat of their enemies as trophies. A wicked laugh leaked from Pendragon's open helmet slit. "Draw your weapons." As the forward base came close enough and they judged they had entered the interception range of the enemies, Pendragon drew his great sword, the man-eating Excalibur. Then, his subordinate knights also drew their dreadful weapons one after another. A giant scythe, a spear wrapped in tentacles, a flaming sword fueled by human fat, a mace made solely of finger bones. After glancing back at his subordinates, Pendragon pointed his great sword forward and shouted, "It's time for the feast. Charge dash! Charge ye dash! Eat! 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 Eat!" The 13 knights spurred their corpse horses, rushing towards the forward base. But why? Despite the fallen knights getting closer by the moment, there was no interception from the forward base. What's going on? Pendragon, who had made a name for himself as a conqueror before becoming a monster, felt something was off. He was a man who had experienced countless wars in his lifetime. Why is there no interception coming? Could it be a trap, luring them in to wipe them out all at once? No, but there's not even a sign of life? There was no interception, nor anything else coming from the forward base. It was as if it was completely empty. Soon, the other fallen knights also noticed something was amiss. All the knights gradually slowed down and came to a stop in front of the forward base's gate. "Great King!" At that moment, a long-haired fallen knight who had approached the gate called out to Pendragon in a flustered tone. "The gate is open, Great King." "What?" Surprised, Pendragon saw that it was true. The thick gate of the forward base was not locked but slightly ajar, as if inviting them in. "I'll go in first." The long-haired fallen knight took the lead, opening the gate, and the rest of the fallen knights followed closely, ready to unleash an attack at any moment. However, there was nothing.
No interception. No enemy.
In fact, nothing at all. Realizing there were no enemies, the fallen knights poured into the forward base and were bewildered as they surveyed the empty interior. The clean and perfectly maintained forward base was empty. Pendragon grunted. To not use such a facility for defense? Just leave it empty? "Great King, there's no one here." After scouting the entire interior of the forward base, the fallen knights eventually returned and reported. "It looks like it was used until just yesterday. Given the signs of life, it seems they pulled out knowing we were coming." Pendragon found it dubious, but he couldn't kill enemies that weren't there. "Understood. First, raid the stores for food. Let's have a meal." Great King, I don't want to eat anything but human flesh." "We haven't eaten anything but human flesh since we were resurrected." "Don't whine, you fools. Isn't it wartime now?" Pendragon tried to appease his grumbling subordinates, but the long-haired fallen knight who checked the storage came back sweating. Great King, the thing is, there's no food to be seen." "What?" "The storage is completely empty. Not a speck of dust." Silence fell. Pendragon frowned as if incredulous. "What are you saying? For a base of this size used until yesterday, the storage is completely empty." But it was true. When Pendragon checked, indeed, all the storages of the forward base were clean and empty. Did they remove everything through a teleport gate? Kicking a pile of broken magic stones, Pendragon clicked his tongue. Annoyed as he was, he couldn't fill an empty storage. That's when the other fallen knights began to whine. "Great King, I'm so hungry. I feel like I'm going insane." "TCH." Pendragon gestured towards the nearby forest. "Let's go hunting then. There must be animals in that forest. Let's go." Thus, the fallen knights left the forward base and entered the forest. However, only after a few hours into the hunt did the fallen knights notice another anomaly. "Something's wrong, Great King." Not a single animal, let alone a human, is to be seen. SSSH. Only the hot wind blew through the silent forest. It's a lamentable situation. How can there not be a single squirrel in the forest? The long-haired fallen knight following Pendragon answered. Do you remember when we invaded the elf kingdom in a previous life, great king? Back then, the elf bastards played tricks so all the animals in the forest ran away, leaving it completely empty. Wasn't that a tale from the era when the elf kingdom was overflowing with spirit mages? Are you saying now that the human defenses have elves and spirit mages all among them? Pendragon gritted his teeth. Could it be that they're using a scorched earth tactic? The fallen knights brought back mushrooms and fruits, but even after gobbling them down, their hunger was not sated in the slightest. Great king, this stuff doesn't fill us up. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Give us something to eat, great king. Shut up and bear with it for a bit, you fools. When they returned to the forward base, night had already fallen. After setting up camp, Pendragon scolded his subordinates. In 3 days' journey north, there's the human defense line, isn't there? Let's feast on meat to our heart's content there. Ugh! I feel like I'm going to die of hunger. The hunger of the fallen knights was almost like a curse. For hundreds of years in the darkness of the Lake Kingdom, feasting on the people who died and came back to life over and over, they lived in abundance, a fact unknown to them. Even a slight state of fasting caused severe madness. And so, that night, crunch, 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 crack, gnaw, gnaw. In the middle of the night, as Pendragon pondered over the supply issue, he heard strange sounds. The sounds of something being torn and eaten. Startled, Pendragon ran to see. These crazy bastards, the hungry fallen knights, unable to bear their hunger, were tearing into the corpse horses they had ridden on. The fallen knights, hastily swallowing the rotten meat, knelt before their king upon realizing he had arrived. Great king, this won't fill us up, great king. Give us something to eat. Watching the fallen knights grovel at his feet, clutching their starving bellies, Pendragon suddenly realized. He was hungry, insanely, unbearably hungry. Ha! A wide smile spread across Pendragon's face inside the helmet. I really do like the number 13. But my knights, for you, I can break even that. With eyes sparkling with madness, Pendragon turned around. Why do we need supplies? We've already brought them. Don't do this, great king. The long-haired fallen knight, cornered in the forward base, steadied his breathing with his long sword pointed forward. You shouldn't do this to me. The remaining 12 fallen knights pointed their weapons at the long-haired knight, saliva dripping from their mouths. It's truly sad that our number of 13 has to decrease by 1. Pendragon whispered, flicking his greatsword. To safely advance to the enemy's walls, it's unavoidable. Just like in those winter mountains, we have to eat one a day. Please, great king. How loyally I have served you. Thank you, my friend. Eat well. Don't do this. The remaining fallen knights rushed in like beasts. The long-haired fallen knight swung his sword, screaming. Aya! That night, the fallen knights had a plentiful dinner. Chapter 557. It takes 3 days to ride from Black Lake to Crossroad. However, on the first day of their expedition, the fallen knights ended up eating most of the horses they brought with them. As a result, they had to move on foot, and since the fallen knights themselves weren't particularly fast, their progress was significantly slower. In the end, it took them 5 days to move northward on foot, and still, Crossroad was not in sight, even though they had walked day and night. And taking 5 days meant they had eaten 5 of their fellow fallen knights. Just a bit further and we'll see the damned humans. Pendragon spoke from the front. He was riding the only remaining corpse horse. Behind him followed 7 fallen knights on foot, including Pendragon. That made 8. After eating 5 comrades, the remaining 8 were diligently moving northward. And Pendragon was still confident that this number was sufficient to annihilate the humans, because they were monsters capable of defeating anyone in battle. Almost there, just a little more and we'll be feasting on their flesh. Spurred on by Pendragon's encouragement, the fallen knights drooled. Even though they had feasted on the flesh of a comrade just a few hours ago, they quickly felt hungry again. and Pendragon felt the same. The fallen king ground his teeth. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Let the walls appear. Whatever appears, we'll smash and devour. So come out in front of us. However, despite walking all day, the walls of the humans did not appear before them. Eventually, when the road ended, what spread out in front of them was a vast cliff. Eh? Great king, what is this? Listening to the perplexed voices of his subordinates, Pendragon, unable to understand the situation, glared at the cliff in front of him with wide eyes. They had undoubtedly walked due north. They had marched straight ahead, using the sun as a directional guide. Why had they lost their way? Realizing something, Pendragon pointed upwards. The sun. Yes. Shoot at the sun. Quickly. The fallen knights did not understand the command given by their king but faithfully executed it. SSSSHH. Thud thud thud. Various evil magics were shot towards the sky. Then, swoosh, as if a curtain was being torn, an illusion magic was peeled away. The sky's appearance changed abruptly, and the sun finally found its proper place. The hateful sun was shining down on them from an entirely different location. Since when? Incredulity in his voice, Pendragon murmured. When did they start mocking us? How long has this scale of illusion been? Since when? In the sky, precisely above the heads of the fallen knights, an illusion magic had been cast. The road from Black Lake to Crossroad had been cunningly altered through construction to misdirect their path. As a result, the fallen knights, completely misjudging their bearings, had been wandering in the wrong direction. It was then, as the confused fallen knights stood still, not knowing what to do. Sniff, sniff. One of the fallen knights twitched his nose. I smell oranges. Following that, other fallen knights also detected the scent and turned around one by one, their mouths watering. The scent of oranges was coming from behind them. Great king, it smells like fruit. It's not far from here. It smells delicious. Gulp, gulp, gulp. One by one, the fallen knights turned towards that direction as if bewitched. Pendragon scolded them irritably. You idiots! We need to go north. Where are you going? Hey! The fallen knights shuffled around and headed south. A wide plain spread out to the south. The fallen knights stretched their necks, searching for the source of the orange scent, swiveling their heads around. Despite the dense orange scent, there were no orange trees in sight. Instead, great king, look there! Giggling, children. They were holding hands with each other, playing and frolicking.
Humans.
And young humans at that. They look soft. Delicious. I'll eat that. I'm going to eat that one. Drooling. The fallen knights rushed towards the children as Pendragon yelled behind them. Don't follow. It's obviously a trap. Don't touch them. There couldn't possibly be children in such a place. But the fallen knights ignored the king's command and chased after the children. Blinded by hunger, they could no longer hear anything.
Hee.
Got you. Got you. One of the fallen knights, chasing after a child who was giggling and floating away, stretched out his long arm. Hideous tentacles poured from his arm, entangling and tripping the child's ankle. Where shall I start eating you, you little one? You! With teeth as sharp as those of a carnivorous beast, the fallen knight was about to tear into the child's neck when he hesitated. It was hard. There was none of the softness characteristic of a child. Instead, the texture felt like wood. Regaining his senses, the fallen knight looked down at what he was holding, which was not a child. A wooden puppet? What had been lively and moving like a child but now revealed its true form was merely a wooden puppet. Giggling. Innocent laughter scattered as the children, or rather, the figures pretending to be children, ran off in all directions. It's a puppeteer. Their trickery. Don't follow. Pendragon shouted upon realizing the situation, but the fallen knights were already beyond reason. I want to eat. As one of the fleeing wooden puppets suddenly jumped forward, A fallen knight chasing after it also leaped towards the edge of the cliff at the end of the field. Thud.
Bang.
Crash. Crack. Pendragon coldly watched his subordinate tumble down the cliff. Ugh, great king. Having fallen, the knight with broken limbs managed to claw his way back up the cliff. It was a puppet, it looked delicious. Ugh, great king. Breathing heavily, battered and stupid, his knight looked up at him. Pendragon let out a hollow laugh. It seems tonight's dinner has been decided. The next moment, Pendragon's great sword, drawn from its sheath, mercilessly slashed the subordinate's neck.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Sparks split the silent darkness. The fallen knights, gathered around a campfire, ate their meal in silence. Today's meal was a comrade who had fallen off a cliff. But Pendragon was lost in thought, not touching his food. The fallen knights stole glances at him. Have you lost your appetite, great king? Watching his subordinates eat comfortably as if they hadn't a care in the world, Pendragon let out a long sigh. They played with us using various illusion spells. We've lost at least a day because of it. Their plan was falling apart. If this delay continued, the starving fallen knights would have to keep eating their members, and by the time they reached the walls, their strength would have diminished. If this were the end of it, that would be one thing, but if our advance continues to be delayed like this, as Pendragon pondered seriously, his subordinates insensitively pointed at the meal in front of Pendragon. If you don't feel like eating, may I have it? Me too, me too, me too. Gee, gee, delicious. Delicious. Pendragon counted the remaining numbers, including himself 7. It was still okay. Still, after finishing the meal and walking through the night, if they could just reach the walls of the humans by tomorrow, that's when. Right? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. You've been played with. Startled, the fallen knights drew their weapons and looked in that direction. Thud, thud. Approaching with footsteps was a young man with black hair and black eyes. The guardian of the humans? It was undoubtedly Ash, the enemy commander who had come with a flag last time, the commander of the human defense forces. Unlike before, Ash was now armed with a sword and shield. Although Ash's face was hidden in shadows, the voice was unmistakably his. Each of you is a powerful tank. The moment you reach the walls, you can destroy them and slaughter the station soldiers. A fearsome weapon indeed. The voice was clearly mocking. Yes, as powerful as you are, you need supplies and you've slowed down. You, fallen king, do you know the term Rasputitsa? Pendragon blinked, puzzled by the sudden and incomprehensible word. Rasputitsa. In Eastern Europe, Western Asia, and Russia, it refers to roads that turn into swampy mud during the rainy season. The ground becomes incredibly mucky, making it difficult for both people and vehicles to move, but conversely, it's also used in warfare to block the advance of hostile forces. Tanks fall into the mire, the advance slows, and supply lines are also blocked. In short, a terrain specialized for delay tactics could be said. The longer time is dragged out, the more the attacker's strength is whittled down, while the defender can easily deal with the immobilized enemy forces. I've always wanted to use this delay strategy while dealing with monsters. Ideally, I wanted to turn all roads into mud to slow down their advance. But I didn't. Do you know why? For most other monsters, supply doesn't mean much. Most monsters don't even eat. They move on the essence of nightmares supplied by the Demon King. Vampires that use blood as a power source, succubi that devour others' dreams, and these fallen knights cursed with hunger are among the few who need supplies. Unless it's a concentrated firepower section, just slowing down the entire road is not efficient. It means nothing to other small, agile, or flying monsters. If they keep coming and need to be fought and killed anyway, it's better to save that money for fortification of defense facilities rather than spending resources to delay. Continuing to speak, Ash finally smirked and gestured towards the fallen knights. But you're different. Each of you is a heavy tank, and without human flesh you can't withstand hunger, monsters that definitely need supplies. Therefore, Ash had planned this defense as a delay tactic. Today, you suffered at the hands of our Crossroads illusionist team. Aren't you looking forward to what kind of traps await you tomorrow? Ash smirked, covering his mouth in the shadows. The fallen knights slowly closed the distance to Ash. As days pass, one by one, you'll keep eating each other and reduce your numbers on your own. In the Lake Kingdom, where supplies are infinite, there are no beings as fearsome as you. But here in the human territory, you're just idiots who self-destruct with simple supply blockades. Ash lifted a finger to his lips and smiled thinly. You've already fallen into the swamp I created into Rasputitsa, acting all high and mighty, guardian of the humans. Pendragon roared. It seems a bit risky to declare victory just yet. Dash. Swoosh dash. Slowly surrounding Ash, the fallen knights charged at him all at once. The combined attack of the fallen knights was like lightning, each of their grotesque weapons, and teeth meant for tearing the living, fiercely lunged. Ash hurriedly raised his sword and shield, but, clang dash, the sword was split, thud, and the shield shattered, and then, crunch, thud, crack. All over his body, the weapons and teeth of the fallen knights embedded without a gap. Chapter 558. Ash's body was fully pierced by the weapons and teeth of the fallen knights without any gap. However, immediately after, the fallen knights noticed something was amiss. The flesh, it doesn't chew. What is this? In the next moment, Ash disintegrated like a shadow and disappeared. As the fallen knights were taken aback, footsteps were heard from behind them, and Ash reappeared. He was unharmed, not carrying a sword and shield this time but holding a long staff in his hand. Looking somewhere? That was a fake. You! Such shallow tricks. Various evil magics launched by the fallen knights shredded Ash. But this Ash too dispersed like a shadow. And then, another voice was heard. That was also fake. Kill again. That too. And kill again. That too is fake. Ash calmly reappeared, covering his mouth and laughing. It was then that Pendragon realized. All the ashes that had appeared so far were either covering their mouths or their faces were hidden in shadows. The voice was coming from farther away, more to the south. Pendragon gritted his teeth. A doppelganger. Is it? Yes. These are my afterimages. All were illusions. Using his ultimate skill, the foremost flag, Ash had summoned his doppelgangers. They had substance and could engage in battle, but were completely independent of the body. The fallen knights, undeterred, tried to attack the newly appeared doppelganger, but Pendragon stopped them. There was no reason to dance to the tune of the enemy commander's tricks, especially with the already severe exhaustion due to hunger. Ash's voice faded away with a chuckle. Now I'll be waiting. Let's see if you can crawl all the way to my walls. Cannibals. Well, if you still have the sense to do so, that is. Another doppelganger of Ash, who had been covering his mouth and laughing, also disappeared into the shadows. The fallen knights glanced at Pendragon as if asking why they were not pursuing the voice to the south. But Pendragon believed that too was a trap laid by Ash. They needed to reach the north as soon as possible, with no need to wander south into the enemy's strategies. Pendragon rallied his discontented subordinates. Everyone, gather your belongings. We head north immediately. And Pendragon led his knights, in the opposite direction of where Ash had appeared. We will not rest anymore. We eat while we walk. Let's go to the humans as soon as possible. The desolate wilderness stretched on. After walking along the barren plain for who knows how long, hunger struck the fallen knights again, their eyes turning bloodshot as they began to glare at each other. Who among them would be killed and eaten next? Who would taste better? That's when a fallen knight walking at the front of the group suddenly pointed ahead in surprise. There! What? The walls! Finally, the humans! Rushing to see it was true. A gray fortress wall shimmered atop the desolate land. And atop the gray fortress walls, robed forces were waiting. It looked smaller than I thought. Both the fortress and the station forces were smaller than Pendragon had anticipated, but it didn't matter. Finally, they had found foes to kill and consume. Without Pendragon's command, the fallen knights drew their weapons. Pendragon yelled, "Let's go!" Feast on their corpses dash. The 7 fallen knights charged with a terrifying momentum. Thump dash. The ground burst as they kicked off, and the 7 fallen knights shot forward like lightning. Though their long-distance movement was slow, their ability to charge explosively over short distances was unmatched by any monster. Like enraged rhinos, the fallen knights charged towards the fortress. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. Defensive turrets on the wall spewed fire. Simultaneously, the forces atop the wall unleashed various magics, arrows, and bullets fiercely. Ha 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 ha. Pendragon laughed off the attacks. As his man-eating sword, Excalibur, cut through the air, the onslaught aimed at him was swallowed up. The other fallen knights, too, swiped away arrows with their tentacles and absorbed bullets into their mucus skin as they continued their charge. The crossfire from the fortress was powerful but utterly failed to stop the fallen knights. Eventually, the fallen knights easily reached the fortress gate and, "The king has arrived. Open the way dash." Pendragon roared, plunging his great sword into the gate. Ting! Evil magic swirled, and the thick gate was effortlessly split open, revealing the interior. The power was not something a human could wield with a sword. The 7 fallen knights entered the fortress, laughing uproariously. The thought of freely slaughtering and devouring the terrified soldiers was already exhilarating. However, something was off. Inside the walls, there was no city, no fortification, not even the fortress's buildings. Only the same wilderness stretched inside as outside, as if a single line of walls had been erected on an empty wilderness. Ha! Facing an incomprehensible situation, Pendragon and the fallen knights looked around when a familiar voice was heard. "Sorry, but..." Looking up, the soldiers on the wall removed their robes all at once. "This is also fake. They're all the same faces." Ash's doppelgangers stood. The doppelgangers all covered their mouths and laughed in unison. "Do you know exactly where you are now? Probably not. Have you ever been to this southernmost place in your life, lost your way, and wandered for days? Just heading north blindly won't lead you to Crossroad, will it?" Pendragon clenched his teeth. "Then the reason you bothered to appear last night and provoke us? Yes, to further confuse you, to make you lose your way even more." Immediately after, Ash's doppelgangers transformed into shadows and disappeared, and the walls too began to disintegrate into magical particles. "Pendragon, if you had hidden in the darkness of hell, receiving an infinite supply, tormenting me, you and your knights would have been one of the most feared enemies. No monster is as specialized in killing humans as you. But you charged blindly into battle without properly understanding the strengths and weaknesses of your legion. You failed to solve even the basics of logistics, essential for any army, and marched without knowing exactly where the enemy's city is." Sarcasm was thick in Ash's voice. "Indeed, that's why you marched in winter in your previous life and ended up eating your subordinates when the food ran out. You might be powerful as a warrior, but as a commander you're disqualified. Not to mention your subordinates, who have lost their minds to madness in the darkness." Ash's voice gradually faded away. "Now look up at the sky with wide eyes again. Can you be sure where is north and where is south? Try to escape this endless swamp and find your way to my city, with that cursed hunger of yours." Eventually, Ash's voice and the walls completely disappeared. Only the desolate wind swirled through the wasteland. "This place," Pendragon muttered blankly. "Exactly where is this? Where exactly were they wandering in this remote southern wilderness?" Pendragon belatedly sought a subordinate who knew geography, the long-haired fallen knight, but then realized he had eaten him on the first day of their march. A laugh leaked out of his mouth unwittingly. Ku! PFF! Puhahaha! Pendragon covered his face with his hand and burst into manic laughter. His subordinates looked at him bewilderedly, but he couldn't stop laughing. Admonitions from his human days, from his human subordinates who had risked their lives to advise him, suddenly came to mind. Do not march in winter. Ensure sufficient supplies. Value those knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. Cherish the lives of your soldiers. Above all, do not take war lightly. Govern the nation in peace. The old man who nagged the most at the front was the first to have his head bitten off by him upon his monstrous return. Ah! Looking back, he had not heeded a single piece of those admonitions. Neither in his previous life now, nor at any time. Let's go. Despite everything, they had no choice but to head north. Pendragon staggered forward. To the humans, let's go. The gaze of the fallen knights on Pendragon had changed. Not with fear and loyalty, but with resentment, criticism, and hunger. Crossing the wasteland, passing through swamps, and another forest, night fell again. It was time to decide on today's meal, today's victim. But today's atmosphere was different from before. Let my loyal knight, who will volunteer to be eaten by his comrades, step forward. Pendragon spoke indifferently. His back turned. Shing! Clank! Swords, spears, scythes, and tentacles were pointed at him. What are you doing? Pendragon turned his bloodshot eyes from within his helmet to look back at his subordinates, who glared back with equally bloodshot eyes. Great King, isn't it all your fault that things have come to this? What? Just as that enemy commander said. Even in our past lives, it was all because you recklessly commanded us to march in winter, leading us all to this sorry state. Caught off guard, other knights wiped the saliva from their mouths. Thus you should apologize, Great King. I wonder what the Great King's flesh tastes like. Since you're so big, we could probably eat for 2 days. Shing! Shring! All of them drew their weapons. Pendragon and his 3 loyal fallen knights, and the 4 fallen knights who wished to devour Pendragon. The divided fallen knights pointed their weapons at each other. Pendragon fiercely bared his teeth. My knights! Even now, if you put away your weapons, I'll forgive you by merely cutting off one of your arms. Kihi! Great King, you should be the one to put down your weapon. Then at least, you can keep your head intact. Shaking his head in disappointment, Pendragon raised his great sword. Ungrateful creatures! You who led us to this, how could you say such things? The next moment, thump dash, the 7 fallen knights charged at each other, and, roaring and screaming, they began to bite and devour each other, starting a battle. After how much more time had passed, Pendragon stopped thinking. Mounted on a corpse horse that could hardly run with half its flesh torn off, Pendragon staggered northward, bearing the scorching southern sun on his body. After walking and walking, finally, a giant wall appeared in sight. This time it was undoubtedly Crossroad. We finally crossed it. That winter mountain. Pendragon laughed brightly and looked back. Look, my knights. We have finally arrived. But there was no one there. Only one subordinate's corpse, dragged behind the corpse horse, remained. Even that was left with nothing but bones. Oh, Pendragon muttered vacantly. Where have all those people gone? The many citizens, soldiers, and knights who followed me? Then the fallen king smiled bitterly. Ah, right. I ate them all. Pendragon giggled as he grabbed the reins of the corpse horse. And, alone, he began to charge towards the walls of Crossroad. Chapter 559. Standing on the ramparts, Ash looked down with cold eyes. The sight of the enemy commander rushing alone towards the ramparts was visible. A faint sigh escaped from Ash's lips, arms crossed. In fact, Ash had not chosen to delay the battle. There was no choice but to delay. Choosing any method other than delaying would inevitably result in significant damage. The fallen knights, like the vampire legion they encountered in their first year, were a monstrous legion that benefited from combat. In battle, the human side would suffer casualties, and the fallen knights would resupply. The same was true in the game. Engaging in battle only ended up feeding the hunger gauge of the fallen knights. In the game, there was no way to avoid combat, so you had to fight in a form of a quick decision, crying while eating mustard. Even then, the damage snowballed. But this is reality. As soon as Ash encountered the fallen knights, he switched tactics to a delaying action. If we don't fight and just drag out time, they'll destroy themselves due to the curse of hunger. Avoiding battle, if possible, was the best strategy. Eventually, the battle with the fallen knights boiled down to how long they could go without initiating combat and dragging out time. And as a result, all the fallen knights, except for the Legion commander Pendragon, ended up annihilating each other by cannibalizing one another. Clatter, clatter, clatter dash. And now, the last of the fallen knights was rushing towards the ramparts. Ash's eyes, gazing at the enemy commander, shone coolly. Clatter, clatter, clatter dash. Leading a corpse horse, Pendragon charged towards the firmly built enemy ramparts. He didn't know the odds. He had no idea how many enemies there were or how much longer he could fight. His mind was too exhausted to calculate. He was just hungry. So hungry he thought he might go mad. No. Is this really hunger? What exactly is he craving? What had he lost? And what was he constantly searching for by rummaging through the corpses of others? Ha! A hollow laugh escaped Pendragon's lips. It was too late to turn back and ponder over such things. He just wanted to eat, chew, tear apart. He wanted to fight, to die, and to kill. How long had he charged, repeating those thoughts? Now, as the ramparts became significantly closer. A familiar sense of déjà vu overwhelmed Pendragon. He squinted suspiciously and looked straight ahead. There was no interception from the ramparts. Just like on the first day of the sortie at the forward base, they did not attack. What? Pendragon uttered in a dazed voice. There had been no enemy forces at the forward base then. They had all fled and run away long before. So, naturally, there was no interception. But now, there should be an enemy city beyond this point. There should be people. And the ramparts were densely packed with armed soldiers. Yet, the atmosphere was eerily calm. As if they didn't care whether Pendragon invaded or not, it was utterly silent. Why aren't they intercepting? The fallen king ground his teeth. Why won't they try to kill me? Even as the monster shouted, humans did not respond. They just looked on coldly. Pendragon was genuinely perplexed. He was familiar with fearful gazes. The curses and insults of those about to die by his hand were like seasoning on meat. The resentful gazes were even sweet like dessert. But now, what about the gazes of the humans on those ramparts? They were indifferent, as if he posed no threat at all, no, as if he wasn't even worth dealing with. Why dash? Pendragon screamed. He was already within the range of the rampart's artillery. But the human soldiers just glared at Pendragon without any reaction. Hurry up and fire your cannons at me. Send arrows and bullets flying. Put in all your effort to stop me. Give me war. Give me the battlefield. Give me life. To me. Hurry dash. Pendragon screamed as he charged towards the front of the ramparts. I'll let you kill me, so let me kill you dash. And then,
No.
a cold answer came from the ramparts. We will not fight you. Pendragon looked up in surprise, and there stood Ash, expressionless. We will not exchange even a single blow with you. What? Pendragon's eyes, bewildered, soon flickered with rage. Fine. Then I'll force you to tear apart. The ramparts were within reach. Pendragon prepared to kick the horse's flank. He planned to leap up, embed his man-eating sword Excalibur into the ramparts, and climb up in one go. However, that's far enough. Ash waved his hand lightly, and ting! The sound of magic being activated was heard. A halo appeared in mid-air, and space shattered into pieces. Pendragon's body was drained of magic power. This is Elemental disassembly. The ultimate skill used by the mage junior standing next to Ash. With a series of cracks, the corpse horse, forcibly animated by clustered magic power, shattered into pieces. Pendragon, who fell from his horse, quickly regained his balance and, undeterred, continued to rush towards the ramparts. If you had minions, it might be a different story, but alone you. Ash looked down at Pendragon as if he were a bug and spat out coldly. There's no need to fight. Fallen King Pendragon. Ash smirked, then asked, Are you hungry? What? Of course you must be hungry. You fallen knights are always hungry. No, hungry for human flesh, with your brains ruined. Thing. Locking eyes with Pendragon, Ash prepared gaze of command. Then eat the meat that's right there. Ash pointed with his hand. There it is. The human flesh you love to eat. It was Pendragon himself. Pendragon, slowly realizing the meaning of those words, was mercilessly subjected to gaze of command by Ash. Ash-born hater, ever black commands dash. Commanded. Devour yourself, monster. Keying. A blue flash sparkled, and gaze of command successfully executed. Elemental disassembly reduced the opponent's magic power to negative, and gaze of command, a form of mind control, was linked. This combination had never failed before, a sure-win strategy, and it worked perfectly again this time. And Pendragon, the target, had no choice but to follow the command issued by Ash. Suddenly, right in front of the ramparts, Pendragon stopped. Arg? He lifted his trembling hand. And then, crunch! He opened his mouth wide and bit into his own hand. The fingers to the back of the fallen king's hand were chewed up and swallowed in an instant. Blood and flesh splattered in a grotesque scene. The soldiers couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned their eyes away, but Ash watched the scene without blinking. CR? CRRR? CRGH. Despite feeling terrible pain, Pendragon realized at the same time. Tastes good. Delicious. That something so delicious was so close. After being left alone for so long, the curse of hunger that had been suppressed took over Pendragon's thoughts in an instant. Pendragon began to devour his own body like one possessed. Chew, chew, chew. Looking down at that dreadful sight, Ash suddenly thought. There's a story in Greek mythology about a man named Erysichthon, cursed with insatiable hunger as punishment for insulting the gods. He squandered his entire fortune on food and ate until he ended up chewing up his own body, leaving only his chattering teeth behind. Such an old tale. Gaze of command quickly lost its effect, and elemental disassembly also evaporated and disappeared. Had Pendragon stopped harming himself at this point, at most he would have suffered some injuries to his arm. However, Pendragon, already mad with a craving for human flesh, continued to tear and eat his own body. If one covets the flesh of others, they should be prepared to lose their own flesh as well. Ash remarked quietly, Enjoy your last supper, monster. How much time had passed? Only after Pendragon had eaten all the flesh within reach of his teeth did he stop. By then, he was no longer able to maintain even the appearance of a human. So this is how it felt. Lying on the field in front of the ramparts, with his mouth stained red, whether from swallowed or vomited blood, Pendragon laughed emptily. This is how those devoured by me felt. It's strange, so strange, truly strange. In the sea of blood he had swallowed and spilled, Pendragon murmured in a dazed voice. No matter how much is torn away, it still hurts. No matter how much I eat, I'm still hungry. Come here. Let's all. The corrupted voice of the fallen king gradually faded away. Let's all sit down and eat dinner. Pendragon could no longer speak. The end of monsters who boasted of destroying the world was always vain and miserable, and Pendragon was no exception. Sigh. After looking down at the deceased enemy legion commander for a while, Ash waved his hand. End of situation. Disband the soldiers. Yes, my lord. Dispose of the enemy's corpse according to the monster disposal manual. Burn everything without leaving a trace, and retrieve anything useful. And Ash's hand climbed up on the ramparts, clenched firmly. Dispatch a party to the chapel in Lake Kingdom's Zone 8. Retrieve the bodies of the 6 who fell first, so they can be given a proper funeral. By your command. Lucas bowed his head. I will follow your command, my lord. Imp Legion Commander Lowe was reading the report of this attack. To think that the fallen knights were defeated without a single battle being fought. The eyes of the lesser demon were utterly serious. No, rather the opposite. Because engaging in battle would have been disadvantageous. All means were employed to avoid combat. Thump. Closing the report, Lowe stroked his chin with his small hand. And they knew the fatal weakness of the fallen knights beforehand. The fact that the fallen knights suffered from this curse of hunger was unknown even to other monsters in the Lake Kingdom. But Ash, as if he obviously knew this weakness, based his tactics on the premise of the curse borne by the fallen knights. Had Ash not known about this curse, he would have spread a defensive line at the forward base as he had done before, and the fallen knights would have marched north without supply issues. The most crucial element of war, information. In this regard, Ash was overwhelmingly ahead. Looking at the records of past battles, it was clear he understood all the strengths and weaknesses of every monster legion. At this rate, sending any legion would make no difference. The Guardian of Humanity would dismantle the strengths of the monsters, amplify their weaknesses, and find a way to defeat them somehow. So far, the Guardian of Humanity had never allowed monsters to pass beyond their front lines. Continuing in the same manner would only lead to failure. Lowe realized this after 3 attempts. So, what will you do next? A subordinate, peering from the side, tilted his head and asked. Lowe sighed deeply before responding. We just need to cover our weaknesses and amplify our strengths. How? It's simple. Lowe snatched up the royal scepter lying next to his desk. Then he grinned. Send 2 legions out at once. Chapter 560. Lake Kingdom. Somewhere in the depths of darkness. The court jester, the Pied Piper Crown, stood quietly on these darkened streets. Before him, Nameless leaned against a stone wall, dozing off as if exhausted. It seemed she hadn't slept properly for a while, not noticing the presence right in front of her. Crown observed his younger sister quietly. The darkness swirling around Nameless was growing denser. Crown gripped the flute in his hand tightly. That's when it happened. Nameless, who had been nodding off, suddenly jerked her shoulders and frantically drew the sword on her back, pointing it forward. Ha! Ha ha! Calm down. It's me. Crown raised his hands to show he meant no hostility. Struggling to catch her breath, Nameless rubbed her eyes several times with the back of her hand as if she couldn't see well. After a moment, she recognized Crown and smiled wearily. Brother. No, Crown. It's been a while. I'm sorry. I'm just a bit tired. Seems I dozed off for a bit. Crown, looking sadly at his gasping sister, cautiously asked. Did you have a nightmare? Always, every day. When was the last time you had a proper sleep? Struggling to her feet, Nameless sheathed her old iron sword on her back. In this hell, a good night's sleep is a luxury, Crown. It's okay. I can still bear it. Just like the last few 100 years. Crown quietly observed his sister trying to act strong. He knew that the end was approaching, that his sister's act of endurance was also reaching its limit. Soon everything will perish. It doesn't matter who fights, how they resist. The impending doom is inevitable. Crown's lips pressed tightly together behind his mask. Then, still, Nameless, her face sweaty from the aftermath of the nightmare, suddenly smiled. Hee. Still, there have been enjoyable moments lately. Crown stared blankly at his sister. Swearingly, since this country had come to such a state, Crown had never seen his sister smile like this. a smile that had worn away over hundreds of years in this hell.
Enjoyable moments?
Like what? I went up to the surface to a party. Party? Crown's face froze. Party? He knew what the word meant, but it had been so long since he'd experienced one. His sister's words felt unreal. Knowing this herself, Nameless awkwardly cleared her throat. Yes, sounds like a dream, right? Yes, I want to ask if you saw an illusion. But it's true. Nameless excitedly chattered, like a girl who had gone to a party for the first time in her life. I met people from the surface, ate food I'd never seen before, joined a strange named gathering and drank, listened to a band play music, and then, Nameless paused for a moment, then slowly looked down. I danced. With a man whose presence made my heart ache. I danced with him. Recalling that night, Nameless eventually laughed awkwardly, fanning herself. I told you, but it's really strange. Was it all just a dream of one night? No, certainly, you must have experienced it yourself. After all, the only dreams Nameless could have now were nightmares. If she had a happy memory, it must be from reality. Whether it's a dream or a memory, both are fleeting dust that will disappear anyway. Regaining her composure with repeated coughs, Nameless returned to her expressionless face and faced Crown. I've spoken nonsense for too long. So, what brings you here today, Crown? I heard that monsters were dispatched for an attack, but this time you didn't stop them at all. I was worried and came to look for you. For hundreds of years, Nameless had never failed to halt the advance of monsters. But this time, she didn't even show her face. Crown couldn't help but worry about his sister's condition. Even if her end was predetermined, she was still his sister. This time, Nameless awkwardly responded. Ash came to me, telling me to rest this time. He said he had a plan. And though I offered to reduce their numbers, Ash was so stubborn. He begged me not to interfere for the sake of his strategy, so I did as he asked. I feel a bit better having rested a bit. Nameless stretched, indicating she felt somewhat improved. Crown chuckled. Did you trust what he said? Ash is an undefeated commander on that front. If not him, then who should I trust? He will eventually know defeat. He won't, Nameless asserted firmly. Because I will protect him. No, you're not there to protect Ash. Not me, nor even the people of this country. You must protect yourself, my sister. Yet, the words swirling in his throat never formed and dissipated inside him. Crown sighed. Right? Anyway, the end will come soon. Whether your choice to resist until the end was right, or my choice to give up and surrender was right. Or perhaps, neither had any meaning. Watching Crown bitterly reflect, Nameless calmly said, Crown, no brother. Even if our paths differ, I always respect you. Don't forget that. Nameless awkwardly raised the corners of her mouth in a smile. Thank you for worrying about me and for coming to see me. See you again, brother. Nameless bowed lightly and disappeared into the darkness ahead. See you, huh? Crown couldn't be sure whether he would indeed meet Nameless again. And even if they did meet, whether Nameless would completely changed into a different entity. Sigh. Exhaling a sigh, Crown walked into the darkness on the opposite side. From afar, the sound of something collapsing thundered thud. Thud. Looking in that direction, he could see a battle unfolding at the king's castle. The second-ranked, Demon Guard Legion. The top-ranked, Black Dragon Legion. It was a bloody civil war between two of the strongest nightmare legions fighting over the castle. Watching the pillars of the castle collapse amidst billowing smoke, Crown muttered, monsters fighting amongst themselves in someone else's country. Without a king of kings, they think of nothing but killing each other. Crown continued walking forward aimlessly. That's when it happened. Court Jester Crown. Suddenly, a small imp popped out in front of him. Surveying the lesser demon who called his name, Crown was taken aback. And what are you? I am Imp Legion Commander Lo. acting on behalf of the King of Kings for this attack on humanity. I request your cooperation. Holding up the royal scepter in his hand, Lo cut straight to the chase. You, with that flute, you can control monsters, right? And I need your ability for this attack. Lo explained the plan for the 34th attack. The strategy involved selecting 2 monster legions that could complement each other's weaknesses and deploying them together. And he was asking for Crown's help in this endeavor. Well, I understand the intention. Crown nodded. Seeing you with that scepter, it seems I don't have much choice in the matter, but deploying 2 legions at once could cause several problems. Traditionally, only 1 legion would invade humanity at a time. This was a rule established by the Demon King. Violating this rule was possible, but orchestrating such an event would result in penalties. Just as the Wolf King Lunard had been punished by having one of his hearts torn out. Did this little demon understand the consequences? Minor issues do not concern me. In Lo's eyes swirled an indiscernible desire. If we can win this battle, no matter the cost. After a moment of silence, Crown gestured. What exactly do you need me to do? The monsters don't get along with each other. Getting 2 different legions to cooperate is challenging. Lo pointed at Crown. So, with your flute, make the 2 legions work together, ensuring they cooperate. Indeed. Crown trailed off, lost in thought for a moment, then smirked. Fine. Let's see how your plan unfolds. Imp Legion Commander. Really? Thank you. Thank you for your assistance. But, just to be clear, twirling the flute in his hand, Crown whispered, whatever happens later, don't blame me. A few days later, on the day of the 34th attack, at the gates of Lake Kingdom, the 2 monster legions selected by Lo were the Armor Lion Legion and the Dandelion Legion. The Armor Lion Legion boasted overwhelming defensive power and agility but lacked significant offensive strength. They were monsters ill-suited for an offensive. Conversely, the Dandelion Legion could root itself and bombard from a distance with seed-shaped magic projectiles. A siege monster with immense attacking power but virtually no defense and incapable of moving on its own. Once approached, they were finished. Both legions were not highly rated, strictly speaking lower-tier monster legions. However, Lo focused on the potential for these 2 legions to offset each other's weaknesses. The Armor Lion Legion will protect and transport the Dandelion Legion, allowing them to safely unleash their bombardment. All right, let's go. Crown played his flute, and truly, the 2 monster legions started moving together without hostility. Nameless, blocking the entrance as always, mercilessly cut down the 2 monster legions, but still, a significant number of monsters managed to pass through the gates into humanity. Lo clenched his fists. Now it was time to observe the outcome. The battle progressed as planned. The Dandelion Legion rooted itself and unleashed long-distance bombardments, protected by the Armor Lion Legion. When human heroes attempted to intercept the Dandelion Legion, part of the Armor Lion Legion defended while the rest quickly uprooted the dandelions, carrying them on their bodies to move locations. Dividing the roles of attack and defense significantly strengthened the monsters' combination. The human forward base turned into ruins under continuous bombardment, and the heroes couldn't breach the Armor Lion Legion's defense in time. However, this coordinated attack of the monster side lasted only for a very short time. The Dandelion Legion has an instinct to root indiscriminately anywhere. They even tried to root into the bodies of the Armor Lion Legion carrying them. Roots penetrated the armor and flesh. Interpreting this as an attack, the Armor Lion Legion tore the Dandelion Legion to shreds. Hostility erupted instantly. The Dandelion and Armor Lion Legions turned their attacks and claws on each other. Caught in internal strife, the 2 legions were easily decimated by the human defenders. Lo silently read the battle report. Beside him, Crown shrugged his shoulders. Didn't you feel it watching the Demon Guard Legion and the Black Dragon fighting? Monsters fundamentally can't cooperate. Everyone outside their own legion is an enemy. I might be able to suppress their instincts for a moment with my flute, but the moment one side can't resist and acts on its instincts, they'll end up killing each other. The reason why only individual legions have been deployed so far was fundamentally due to the rules established by the Demon King according to his tastes. However, this tendency of the monsters was also a major reason. They would kill each other rather than cooperate. Crown chuckled, interlocking his fingers behind his head. But, well, it's commendable that two weak monster legions tried to cover each other's weaknesses and fought. Even if it was for a short time, the damage to humanity was significant. Now I understand. Ha! Thump. Lo put the report down on the desk and slowly lifted his small body from the chair. How to bring about the destruction of humanity. I've realized it after the last 4 failed attacks. Crown looked at the imp as if he was spouting nonsense, but the aide standing next to him felt differently. The aide realized that Lo was, for once, showing a face of utmost seriousness, befitting of a legion commander, no, eager to tear humans apart, the face of a monster. In the next, the 35th attack, the time of the Great Flood, Imp Legion Commander Lo, with his eyes gleaming red, spoke with a voice filled with joy. I will show you. I will personally bring about the destruction of humanity.